Alrighty. Good, now the controller's responding. Or is it? Let's see if this breaks anything. I'll let that try and find itself. And now we're good. I mean, except for the top right quadrant of the screen, but I don't know what to do about that. Now, unfortunately, because I crashed and burned earlier, the Autumn Festival should be over, which means we are now in a bye week until the Winter Festival starts. Unfortunately. But we still got plenty it needs doing, just, the Demon Lord costume's not going to be one of those things. You know what that means? We have to kill our handler and the excitable A-lister. No, but, yeah, that's unfortunate. It's not like this game's going to be unplayable. But yeah, handler's back to her normal getup. Put your disgusting human face away, like I have. Mad woman. Again, unfortunate, but sadly I don't think I could have avoided that. Piscine, flying, one Elder Dragon, and yeah, I'm gonna finish this instantly since I'm doing some Master Rank. Flying Wyvern, Tigrex should count as one. I'm not planning on doing any Piscines, but Elder Dragon. We'll see how quickly we can move. Okay. Ah! Is there anything good for SOSs? We'll see if anything grabs. Not really. I mean, I'm not planning on making that rock-powered greatsword to master rank. At least not yet. And yeah, since, even though I haven't done the Bracky quest yet, since I saw it in the overworld answering that other SOS, I could do this early. Nah. Let's just go out on our own, shall we? I'm trying to think which of these I enjoy more. Because both of them have upgraded versions once you get far enough in Master Rank. Raging Brachydios, that was added via a free content update, but Brute Tigrex, that's just in there once you get to the Guiding Lands. Assuming you can tolerate the grind. Let's start in the recess, maybe. We have already encountered you a smidgen, so let's knock that out early. Hold on to that last voucher. I don't know what else I'm going to be fighting tonight. I might be doing something better than 25k doubled. Ah. A pair of guns, you say? Not heavy bow or light bow, just guns. I prefer the rolls rather than nullberries, but If I was running with friends, wide range 5 especially, yeah, I would be spamming on Millberries, fighting Brachydios, especially Raging Bracky. Okay, you've only got the one thing to say. No fussing from me, then. Now, I know where I need to go for this quest. I wonder what happens if I approach it from the opposite direction. Just out of curiosity. Gonna take one of these now, sure. Grab some backup while we're at it. Ordinarily, you're supposed to be approaching this from the Uragon nest. However... Molten slag. What are we gonna do with that? Let's ask Nick. Or Jay Leno. But I think he's going to refer to Nick as well. Nickelodeon. He even brought the slime. I don't think that's going to be enough to go around. Do you have a way to make more? Oh no. That slime's gone bad. It's going to blow up. But don't worry, Brack Daddy's home, and he brought slime for everybody. I'm actually gonna rock steady and try to loot that Uragon. That could be fun, yeah. Thank you for getting me a couple of free carbs. Now what am I gonna do with you? You think I can take a good licking? Then be my guest. No, fuck that. I'm not calling for help. I just started. Yeah, I got fuck all for Uragon parts considering what happened with the first attempt at an Uragon investigation. I have no explosive resistance, do I? I didn't put any blast resistance in this build, so I might take a bit of a beating. Well, in for a penny, in for a pounding. Ooh, Brack Daddy is mad. What are you gonna do now? I call him Daddy, he immediately goes to sleep. You cock tease. Too realistic. Right. What was that? Let me re-up this. Just to be safe. And into the wall again. Once, twice, thrice to be certain. Your forehead's too big for you. Gives me a ripe target. Ripe and green. 3 rolls for regular blast, 4 for the Baraki variant. Takes just enough time to be annoying if you're not ready. Actually, he's still yellow. That's not rocks. These are rocks. Get in the rock. Excuse me. I'm not done with you yet. Get in the wall. I'm going to make you heal. Get down. Get funky. No such luck. Okay, okay. You two, get with me. You're gonna need some healing. Get close before I pop the thing. Get closer. You need this more than I do right now. Don't forget the rocks. Didn't need extra, but sure, okay. Rocks ahoy. Now, what do you got for me? Oh, you're still miffed? Too bad that's not going to help you take me down. Come on, Saitama, you only gotta land one punch, right? Or are you more of a Hitmonchan? Nope, not enough slide on that. Maybe... that'll do. So busy using that tongue, you didn't even notice I climbed on top. Selfish, Daddy. Oh, I misread the jump. I always do. Down you go. No, I was trying to use my R2 and B. Accidentally grabbed a sleeper. Ooh, another sleep proc. Good work. Our friend here's not doing so hot, though. I would heal you if I could, but I don't have wide range active yet. Just to make sure I have these ready to go as soon as he's up. In the wall. Go on, in the wall. Much better. Get over here. I'm not done with you yet. You think just because I put that new crack in your head, I'm gonna leave you be? No, 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 no. I'm gonna make you mine. Both of you, get over here. You need this. Rocksteady will be ready momentarily. Don't think I'm gonna need that, though. I do need more rocks up here. Or I could just try to frog around him. Let's see if he'll jump too. Come on. I can see you in the mist. Come on. He's ready for a wall slam, but I need to get him closer. Oh, a volunteer. Excellent. That is the opposite direction of what I was aiming at. That'll do. Hey, Frog, I need a favor. Using blast on the blast, Daddy. What a blast. Ow. I should not be alive right now. Pop the fucking wasp. Oh, I thought you were already geared up to spread more. Your punches were mid. And that was multiple serious attempts, too, wasn't it? I guess it was a waste of a Cool Drake. I thought he was going to go the other way. Oh, we lost our Tail Raider. Nah, I'm getting too ambitious. It's not going to work unless I set him up. Or he could set himself up. Even better. Ooh, rough. What else you got, Brack? Give it to me. Okay, Fuzz, you get over here. You're gonna need the health more than I do right now. Come on, avoid the Vespoids. Ah. You know what? I'm going to set up a little. That should do. Now, where exactly are you standing in there? Can I make that shot? No. Maybe if I did it before you turned around, but... Get in the wall. Not gonna be able to get around that in time, so... Oh, so sorry. Did you forget to re-up your slime? Good timing, kitty cat. Into the wall you go. Where you fall, only my hunting horn knows. And my horn is bigger than yours. Hey Rat, do you want a piece of this? That was a wire blast race than I was expecting. Still got one more stalactite I can drop on you. Feeling charitable? Not even slightly. What was I thinking with that shot? Oh, are you already tired? Well, go ahead, Daddy. I'll follow you to bed. And then I'll carry you home. I'm not even going to use the cool drink. He's not going to be taking that long to get where he's going. Do you sleep in the Lavasioth area, or do you go further north? I'm second guessing. Really? No, there's no way you sleep here. I would remember that. That's weird. Go to bed. Go to sleep. There we go. That just leaves the best boy. Oh yeah. Although Brack Daddy's none too shabby either. I'm more of a Tigrex guy. Tigrex, fuck. I've spent too long listening to the Japanese tell me how to do, air quotes, correctly pronounce Tigrex. It's starting to sink in. I don't like it. Now imagine the hunt's taking at least 20% longer because I would still be using the Lunastra Horn. I would be safer. I wouldn't have to be worrying about its healing as often. But at the same point, you gotta go to Master Rank eventually. Not filtering through those right now. Nothing new from you. I'll check in with the others. Nothing else. No. Handor's dialogue is going to be updated, but I guess I should check in with the field team leader in Saliana. But there's not much else. Do you just not address it after I've... Okay, so instead of giving her a unique dialogue flag for each of if you've done Tigrex or Brachidios, it's just she removes that dialogue entirely. Good to know. That's going to be Tigrex or derivative of the Kulu tree? Yeah, I think that's Tigrex and that's Brute Tigrex. I am second guessing myself. I mean, they're inactive. I don't have a wiki installed in my brain. Not yet. That's all I need for Dodo, but I need to get that one first. And you? Oh, Glavenus. What does it take to make that Dodo horn? Need more shards. Okay. Whether I'm upgrading it or crafting it, I'm going to need more shards. Nothing else doing here. Need Elder Dragon parts for anything south of that. Or Deviljo. Savage Deviljo, in particular. I guess I'll set my items again, and then we're heading to Saliana. Check to make sure we're not missing anything on that side. Ah! Because again, we took off from Saliana, but the game expects you to be in Astera for this section. Because you're on this side of the fucking landmass. Whatever. Got more grunt work for me? What's up? He couldn't just give it to me when I was there? I didn't see an exclamation mark on the map when I was over there. Guess I'll have to rely on myself in the future to check the VOD for that as well. Don't know if I care that much. Already did that. Let me think. Since you've been available for these paintings, Recess, Forest, Vale, Waste. Is the Vale the last one after this? I guess you'd also need something for the Hoarfrost Reach. I'll try to find you something inspiring while I'm whoring around. You got nothing new? No. Drat. Nothing else jumping out at me. Okay. Wait. Bounties? Nothing remarkable. Thank you for the words of encouragement. I know I'm not the boy you were talking about, but thank you all the same. Now, I'm in the mood for some SOSs. I do need a Piscine anyway, so sure. Piscine with at least 3 golds. That'll be worth it. I don't know if I'm crafting anything else that requires Beatotis parts, but a hunt's a hunt. Okay, now it's set up enough. Let me get in on the action. Is nobody gonna go for a wall slam? Really? Well, guess that was a bad time. I'll see if somebody else gets it. I want to put my songs up. It doesn't matter. Already aggroed. Concuss it harder. Get out. Ooh, near death. And there we go already. Okay, that's 2 out of the 4 bounties are wrapped up. Even got a gem for my trouble. Flawless and medicine. Not something I see myself using. I know the Velcana research is already done. Okay, attack and elemental. I'll look at that in a bit. Actually, I can probably make some new Palico gear too. I want to get my Palico out of the Halloween suit. I'm sorry, buddy, the festival's over. It's December now. There's no nightmare before this Christmas. Except us. We are the nightmare. Four, 4, 5. Okay, 5 there is. 5 there as well. 5 there. Either way, I'm getting Odo parts there. I think I would kind of need more Glavinus. Yeah, sure. Grab me some of that. What am I gonna put you in? You're obviously staying with the Bond Rattle, but I don't know what about your armor. I'm not sure what's gonna be fashionable at this stage. I could dress my cat as another cat. Nobody else can wear cat face like him. Okay. Don't want to make a full Aragon set, or Lavasieth, or Odo, or Diablos, or Rathalos. Can do Barioth, though. Sure. That looks nice. It looks better on you than it does on me. Technically weaker, but we gotta at least intend to go with the seasons, right? I say as if I'm not going to turn him into a Wiggler as soon as I have the option. Okay. Can I nurture any more of my Kinsects? That one, not yet. I need more Conflict Sacks. I haven't been fighting that many Firemons. Hang on. go. I do not have a lot of slog bones, so probably shouldn't get too excited about doing these yet. But damn if it isn't fun to think about. Yeah. Come on, cat. I need to change your fur's color. Not your actual fur, your costume. Your armor. See, now we match. Come on. Okay, fine. I'll change my items first. Fuzzy. Look at that. We match now. We're both winter and spiky and blue. Isn't it great? Always take that one. I need one more Piscine, I need 2 flying, and I still need an Elder Dragon. I'll get there. Nothing fancy on this Chef's Choice, so we're gonna hop straight into the SOSs and see what's what. Handler, you need to be more blue. I could strangle you. That'd make you blue in a hurry. I just did a Beatotus. What do I have unlocked currently? I can go for Glavenus, sure. Yeah, it's light elemental, it'll be fine. Probably didn't even need to rotate him. There we go. Good job, Fuzzy. Into the wall. You think you're such hot stuff, don't you? It's all just sparks. I'm the one who's really fired up. Cute. Are you still close enough to that to make it work? Let's find out. Nope. Oh well, I don't usually use the boulder traps solo anyway. At least not correctly. Don't hit my cat. Ow. Get in the wall. Oh, you're still ready for one more wall slam, huh? Let me go find more rocks. Come on. I know you can jump. Nope, that's not the face. What are you aiming at? This is gonna miss, most likely. Still gonna take the shot. Let me tenderize a little, shall we? Oh, you going to sleep? No? Just exhausted? Don't worry, I'll put you down. Oh my goodness, he slept right in front of it. It's a dream come true. Well, for me. For you, more nightmarish. Let's see how this hurts. It's probably only gonna hit one. Still. Ooh, never mind. One was delayed, but I got both hits. You've been sleeping long enough. Maybe now you're due for a mount. Excuse me. Not quite as planned, but I'll take it. Yeah, I shouldn't have stood still for that. Oh, are you tired too? Here, allow me. Healing for me, and I'm bringing you to heal. Now, in the wall. You throwing a little hissy fits? Don't worry, it'll be over soon. Perfect. Okay, I was asking for that one. Good shot. I'll use stone for that one. Let this stone pile regenerate, and also have bomb pod as a backup. As for you, guess what? Back in the wall. Still mopey. That won't do. That's gonna hurt. Yep. No temporal proc, what the fuck? You need some tenderness. Let me kiss you. Kiss of death. You know, you just woke up from a sleep. Maybe... Let's see. Coming my way, sailor? Oh, too slow. Try again for a Zenny. Okay, you're getting cute about that. just hit his toe. Let's see if this hits this time. I never used the boulder trap solo. Proceeds to get kill with the boulder trap solo. Maybe I should use it more often. And there we go. It was a big rock. Now, if it's all the same to you, I'm thinking, since I'm doing some SOSs and random optionals, I might put on something to listen to for a bit. I don't know if you can hear all that cracking. Oh. Me and my Palico like this, it's music to my ears. My eyes. Clearly I need some for my brainstem, because that's underfunded. Understaffed. Just down under in general. And Dragon Core to go around. Another expert jewel. I know I'm waiting to go to the Tigrex until the Argosy is back, so I can guarantee the captain's in Astera before we go off to the next thing. I know. Shush. One more Piscine, 2 flying, and an Elder. Okay. I'm gonna grab something to listen to. I'm gonna mute myself, and we're gonna keep going. How's that sound?
Did you see the Hawk 2 scam? Of course I saw it. Oh, here we go. Oh, we can look at it right here. CoffeeZilla is in. Uh-oh. Just a minute so you guys understand. Haley Welsh, also known as the Hawk 2 girl.
Hawk 2.
Hawk is live.
My Hawk meme coin is live.
Okay, and so anyway, things are not really going well for her meme coin. The token hit 500 million before crashing below 60 million in just 20 minutes. Who could have ever guessed? And so I guess she did a Twitter Spaces in order to address what people's concerns were.
Hi, CoffeeZilla.
Hey, this is one of the most miserable, horrible launches I've ever seen in my life.
Okay, then why the fuck are you on?
I've been tracing it on chain for a while. You guys generated over $1 million in fees while y'all's fans got rug pulled. There was insider trading directly linked to y'all's creator account. What are you guys doing?
Say it isn't so. So you guys have to understand the way it works. Having a pre-sale, it allows you to buy it right here. And then you sell it at any point here. And now, you know what you are? A criminal. Why? There's no crime in taking advantage of dumb people. Well, there is. It's called fraud.
So y'all just rug pulled a bunch of people.
No, there's no rug. We're here every single day. There's no rug pull.
Who's the project? Who is the project?
Well, the project is over here, Haley Welch. This is Haley Welch's project. Do you know how much it costs for lawyer fees to create a foundation in the Cayman Islands? Do you think this stuff pays for?
How does that? I don't think that argument is as good as he thinks it is. Do you know how much it is to hire people to set up an offshore bank account in a place that doesn't have a lot of laws? This is like you rob a bank and they're like, well, why did you do it? But do you see how expensive the fucking getaway car is?
Who profited?
Who cares where fees go? It goes to bills.
Who cares where fees go?
What the hell? This is the worst tokenomics I've ever seen, and it
So far.
is a scam.
It's not a scam.
The tokenomics are a scam. You can say whatever you want about it. You can cry defamation. It's a scam.
Absolutely unfathomably based. Thank God people are talking about this. Yeah, it's not a scam, it's a scheme. I don't understand how anybody could buy into this shit. So, PoE, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. We had some real clown shit going on in this game. Oh my God. I cannot believe how ridiculous this situation has been. I cannot believe it.
Oh boy, all right, so Path of Exile 2.
Yeah.
The reviews are in. Good news is they're looking quite positive, with
Yep.
early impressions confirming our suspicion that this could be the best ARPG of all time. Bad news,
It will
though,
be.
is that not everyone's happy review codes even exist, let alone that there are people
What?
out there already playing
People are
through
mad
the
about review. Who the fuck gets mad about review codes?
entire game. So,
I know what it is. They probably think that they can that they're playing the game early on the same server, so they're gonna have like an economic advantage. No, they're completely separate servers.
Talk about it. Earlier today, the first
Yeah.
Path of Exile 2 review was released
People might not know
on
that.
YouTuber Perfectual Life. In the 15-minute video, he
Oh.
said quite a few interesting things about the game. Here are some of
Yeah.
the highlights. He refers to PoE 2 as the, quote, Dark Souls of ARPG.
He's right. It's a meme, but he is in fact right.
We're never escaping this, right?
Yes.
Dark Souls will be with us forever. Now,
That's
mainly
right.
here, he was referring to the fact that the game is quite challenging.
No, you can. The reason why it's like Dark Souls is because you can roll in the game. If a game has rolling, it's a Souls-like.
No difficulty options to pick from, and even playing through the campaign as it was.
Yeah, you thought
quite
Diablo was a
difficult.
Diablo-like?
Lots of
It's actually a
boss fights were there
Souls-like.
that he found quite rewarding to overcome, and that the game gave him a similar feeling in terms of its difficulty to the likes of Dark Souls or Elden Ring. He said that the
I do really like. I actually decided that I am not going to pick my class. On the release of PoE 2, I am going to allow chat to decide whether I start with a witch or the wall. I'm gonna let you guys decide because I can't trust myself to make decisions. Minion cut. Well, no, you guys can decide. You know. Are you sure? I am, because I'm gonna play both of them. And also, I want to say that I'm gonna fill out the paperwork for getting partnered tonight, so I can hopefully get the 2 pet thing for like the Twitch drops and everything for the release of PoE 2. You said that last night? Yeah, I said I'd do it tonight or tomorrow, but I'm gonna do it tonight. Last night I had like a meeting with my moderators. I thought about that right now. Anyway, yes, I'm gonna play one or the other.
are large, estimating it takes a full hour to go from side to side. That sounds crazy, but we'll see. He also mentions that there was just a great sense of discovery while playing, be it discovering new lore, unlocking new mechanics, finding new enemies and areas, etc. Now, one quote that I absolutely love
This is one thing that I really hope that they have in a campaign. One thing I really love about games is when they have a really hard boss that you're supposed to go back to and fight, but if you're a very skilled player, you can beat them early. Genichiro, even though it's like not really like that in Sekiro. Then you also have things like, I think the best example is Teresa in Elden Ring.
that with the amount and variety of content, it feels like 3 games rolled into one. Love to see it. The campaign, he estimates, was about 35 to 40 hours.
As
After
the
that,
Elden Ring
there's, of course, most of endgame. And he mentioned that feeling like he just scratched the tiniest surface of what's on offer after spending
This is
with
so
it,
fucking
potentially saying
amazing.
that this could be the all-time king of the genre. He also mentioned that it feels like there are limitless combinations of builds, that respecking is much easier than it has been in the past. He thought the dark theme and overall art direction was outstanding and clearly inspired by Diablo 2. He felt it was the most dynamic.
I'm actually curious, like, and this is kind of an open question, and I was looking at that path of like that, the build path. Do you guys think that you should be able to import like a code that should allow you to like copy somebody's build if the person provides it? Because I feel like maybe that'd be good to get more casual players into the game. You can't do that? Yeah, that'd be neat. Yeah, maybe I should maybe send that to them. Yeah, because like I think that could be one of the things that can bridge the gap between like hardcore players and casual players. Because like the biggest challenge that I think PoE 2 has is how to keep Elon Musk playing the game when he's really busy, or how to keep anybody who has like a bunch of kids and a wife and a family, right? How can I keep them engaged? That's the real challenge. Like obviously, like for us, like elite gamer wizards, unemployed or maybe playing video games at work all day, it's not gonna be a big deal, right? We're gonna love this game. But like getting that casual audience, man. And like you're seeing, like for example, like Monster Hunter and Elden Ring did the same thing. Like Wilds is doing the same thing, and Elden Ring did the same thing to like grow the audience of the game by like a 3x. And I think PoE 2 should do that. Who just copy a guide? Let others player make a temple build really help casuals. Yeah, I actually might send that to GGG.
Combat in any ARPG he's ever played, and Effectively has played quite a few. He also talked about things like the details on skill effects.
You know what's actually crazy is that I probably won't even have to tell them because I've had people from GGG message me because they watch my videos talking about the game. They probably might have already seen it. By the time I message. Yeah, like they pay a lot of close attention to feedback. Like, genuine real feedback.
Designs being some of the best he's seen in the industry. He was blown away by the amount of detail. He did play on controller for a bit and said that it feels like the game was designed for controller first. Interesting, saying that it plays even better than Diablo 4 did on the controller. Now there were some negatives mentioned, including the fact that he saw a few bugs and got crashes during the review process, and also that maps felt a little empty in terms of the amount and frequency of events. Now that said, he wrapped it all up by saying that he strongly believes PoE 2 will cement the studio as one of the all-time greats among the likes of FromSoft or Larian. Now I would argue that GGG is already there just with PoE 1, but that's
I think they are, and it's just that like Larian had such a breakout success with Baldur's Gate 3. It's going to be really hard. I don't think PoE can meet that success because in a weird, ironic way, I actually think turn-based makes the game way more accessible. But I think that they can be like one of the studios because like it's like a studio. It's like one game, right? They're making one game, but this is I think it will be transcendent.
That's the point. And you know what? All of this sounds great to me. I am so happy to hear that the game is turning out nicely. So what exactly is the problem then? Well, there's 2 main things happening here. One is that the review was posted way prior to embargo, apparently nearly a week before it was supposed to come out.
Right.
And number 2 is that everyone was under the impression that there would be no early access prior to the early access publish.
Sometimes video games, of course they get review copies too. Like Force, how the fuck do you think Force was able to release a guide or a video? I played Avowed, these are my reviews, because he got fucking review copy. That's what you do, and it's for your best interest. Review copies are not there to help, like, oh yeah, we just want to give the reviewers the ability to play the game because they're better than you. No, the review copies are there to serve a purpose to you, the customer, to better inform you on how to make a purchasing decision with your money. You want them to do that, because like, what if the game, like not this one, but what if it's Veilguard, right, or something like that, and the game isn't that good? Don't you want reviewers to get those copies ahead of time so they can say, hey, don't spend your $60, it's not ready yet. Of course you have that. It's so delusional. Review copies for early access? No, it's like, No, it's a separate server. So like you're playing on an internal testing build that like I've done this before. I know this. Like you're playing with other people that are like employees of GGG, like friends and family. Like it's not connected to the actual game. It gets reset.
Launch, there would be no early
It's like a separate
review copies
PTR.
of Path
So that's
prior to that December 6th release. Those weren't supposed to happen as far as everyone was concerned. So
That's
what
not-
exactly is going on here? Well, I will tell you right
It's
after
a media
this.
copy.
Today's video is sponsored by Light of Modern.
Oh, fuck you, Force. I have a video. I want to get paid for this. I have a video about this fucking game. Where is it? It has 994,000. It's gonna hit 1 million views. I didn't get any fucking. They didn't pay me for this shit, and they're already paying him. How did this happen? This is such bullshit. Light of Mortara with Monster Hunter 5 already looks better than Rise of Zero. See, look, I'm a brand risk. Yeah, they risk making a lot of money because everybody can actually watch the fucking video. I'll make a whole video about it. It's gonna be fuck, man.
Crafting game with action combat, all set in a world reclaimed by nature.
The only risk they're gonna have is their servers crashing.
Beasts, players will explore new landscapes, secrets, and forging bonds with powerful animals.
I should stop playing
To
video
include a fully seamless open world where you'll traverse grasslands, deserts, forests, and mountains. There's a variety of weapons you'll use.
Nerve? I know.
Combat versus a wide range of mechanical foes. You've got all the basics with light and heavy attacks, dodging, blocking, counters.
Maybe they were unhappy because I said that every single attack that the bosses did was copied directly from Elden Ring. I'm right, by the way.
Abilities fighting alongside you are the mech animals, over 100 to collect.
This is the Falling Star Beast.
roles they fulfill, aiding you in battle. There's the survival crafting mechanics and unpredictable weather you'll have to protect against, and co-op gameplay as you can group with other players anytime together. If you'd like to learn more, you can check out Light of Modern yourself using the link in the video description below. All right, so let's get into the major issues around everything that's been going on over the past 24 hours. So the first big thing is that it appears like Fexture Life posted their review. Let's call it a tad early. At the time it went live, it was the only one out there. It had everyone speculating.
Or they broke the embargo and they posted the review early. They made a mistake, but it turns out that they didn't make a mistake. PoE said they made the mistake.
The only outlet who got review codes? Now, no, as it
Yeah,
turns
they
out,
just
they
made a
just
mistake.
posted far prior to the actual embargo. Now, after not too long, Fexture Life did take their video down. It was self-removed, and as of this recording, it is no longer available for viewing. You cannot go check the review yourself. Now, everyone was quick to blame them for breaking embargo because, of course, right, this is not a good thing.
And also, F Extra Life has a bad reputation, especially among streamers because of the way that they did embedding. So, like, they're like prime. Like, people are ready, bro. They've already got 5 stacks of Sunder Armor on them. People are ready to attack.
Doing it. But apparently the fault lies with the developer, Grinding Gear Games. They said themselves on Twitter. Unfortunately, there was a miscommunication with Fexture Life that resulted in a video being posted early. This was a mistake on our end and is in no way on Fexture Life. Now, I was seeing some speculation that the developer might just be falling on the sword here.
They would not have done that. Like, no.
They're lying about it being their fault so as to save Fexture Life from getting hate. The argument that I've seen being, if it was GGG's fault and there was a miscommunication, why didn't any of the other outlets break embargo? Like, why was it only Fexture Life who broke embargo? They all got the same embargo timing, right? And that sounds simple, right? But surprise, things are rarely as simple as they sound. As someone who has done quite a few reviews and previews in the past that come with embargoes, I can tell you the process works different all the time, and it can often be quite a bit messy. So sometimes you get all of the info, the embargo timing, basic details in the game, the installation and review guides, all of it comes nicely in a package in a pre-made PDF. Everyone gets the same PDF with all the same info, easy, right? Like no confusion to be had. Sometimes that happens. Other times, it's just a literal email from some contact at the company or in relation to the company that says, hey, here is the game code, embargo lifts at such and such a time on such and such a day, let us know if you have any questions, and then that's it. It's literally just an email that somebody sent with a couple of lines of info, and many times this will be like a back and forth conversation with them, giving you the code and then saying embargo comes later and then sending the embargo, and this process can and does vary wildly from game to game, from review and preview to review and preview.
The same thing, and also like another component for this is the telephone component, where a lot of times some of these things will be done through third parties, and then you have communications because the third party could misunderstand what the publisher is telling them, or they could misinterpret what that is and then send the wrong thing to the reviewer.
You have to keep in mind that a lot of times this process is handled by a third party. So it's not even a media contact or someone who actually works at GGG who is handing out this information. Many times developers will hire agencies to do all of the back.
A great example of this going wrong was Black Myth Wukong. Do you remember when people were getting like things that were saying like don't talk about certain social issues while you're playing the game? That was because it probably came directly from the publisher. Because those were the rules that China has set, because China has certain speech regulations that they ask people to follow when certain games are being reviewed, because they're assuming it's going to a Chinese audience.
For communication for pre-launch reviews. The point is, it is very possible that yes, somebody actually made a mistake when sharing the review info with Fexture Life. And this isn't me trying to build a case to defend them. I'm just letting people know this stuff can often be like way more casual and messy than you would assume. It is absolutely possible that somebody just screwed up, that they gave them the wrong day, they accidentally
mistakes happen, guys. Like big time mistakes happen all the time. Really. People fumble in the Super Bowl. Big mistake.
Wrong time zone. They didn't even include a time zone. Mistakes like this happen somewhat frequently. In fact, I can tell you I have been sent wrong embargo information on numerous occasions, and I'm not talking like just once or twice. It's happened several times over this past year alone. Now, fortunately, those were all corrected prior to me posting, either because I decided to double check to make sure that the information was accurate, or because they send a follow-up email that says, hey, we made a mistake. The embargo is actually as of this specific time and day instead. Now, of course, I don't know exactly what happened in this particular situation. We're all just guessing, but I do believe Grinding Gear Games. Like, I don't think they're lying about this being their fault.
It's ridiculous to say that they're lying just to save the ass of some shitty fucking reviewer. Like, it's such a stupid thing. Like, the only people that think that are on Reddit. Like, I guarantee you there's something on the PoE subreddit. The PoE subreddit, in my opinion, I think GGG gives them they give them way too much. Like, some of the crazy shit that I see on there, it's like if the league, if the servers go down on the league for more than 2 hours, you can guarantee that there will be a drama that's completely unrelated to it. Every time that a league goes out and there are no server crashes and everything goes out without a problem, there's never any drama. The only reason why PoE leagues have drama is because people can't play the game and they're stuck in queue.
I've been a part of this process so much over the
There's no real problem.
Mistakes are not uncommon. And frankly, I think it's ridiculous to think that the devs would be lying here. If there was no miscommunication, GGG could have just not mentioned the embargo.
Yeah, they could have just not said it,
They took
exactly.
the video down, they could have just ignored it, but they made a whole big post about it, I think because it was their fault. There's really no sense in them lying to cover Fextra Life's butts. When somebody breaks embargo purposefully, you know what happens? We get blacklisted. You don't get codes from that company ever again. The devs are not coming out lying to cover up somebody else's screw up. Like, I at least thought,
Thank you. Exactly.
I've never seen this happen. Maybe this is the first time, right? But anyways, that out of the way,
So
this isn't
ridiculous.
even the biggest issue that people have right
Exactly,
now.
yeah. This is, by the way, FX Life wasn't wrong in this circumstance, but this video is not even halfway over. Here we go.
This isn't the main reason people are upset that because Fextra Life broke the embargo, right?
All right.
The main reason that a lot of people are really upset right now is just the fact that pre-launch review codes are even happening. Many are under the impression that this wasn't going to be the case for Path of Exile 2, and that we would all be playing the early access version of the game for the first time together on December. Number 6. So what's happening? Well, GGG addressed this as well in their tweet by saying, we've seen some speculation that some people might already have access to the early access version of Path of Exile 2. To clarify, some traditional games media have been given access to a review version of the game. Part of the stipulation that media were given is that this is for review purposes only. They may share their opinions of the game, but are not allowed to produce guide-style content from this version. That's important. That would spoil the discovery of the game or post unedited playthroughs. They're not playing on the same servers as the early access version, so none of the progress will be kept. In addition, all of the content they produce is embargoed until the early access on December 6th, so no content is supposed to be posted until then. That's then when they said, sorry, we had a miscommunication with Fextra Life, it's not their fault, it's ours. And then they wrap up by saying, on release day, we want players to be able to make a more informed choice about if they would like to buy a key. We believe that allowing traditional games media access should be able to accomplish this without spoiling the game.
And it is, and it does, and it happens all the time. Elden Ring did the same thing. Vadi Vidya got an early copy of Elden Ring. A lot of people got early copies of Elden Ring. You know who else got an early copy of Elden Ring? Your boy. I did. Did I play it? Absolutely not. But I did get I technically got an early copy because of a Red Bull event that I participated in. That's how I was able to play the game early. And it was theoretically like the version that I got was the full game.
So, there you have it. They have sent out review codes to traditional games media. This was done with the caveats that they couldn't post any guides or full walkthroughs. It was on entirely separate servers, so no progress will carry over, and the embargo is set to lift on December 6th when the game officially launches in early access. Now, besides the fact that now that we know the embargo is for December 6th, that means whatever miscommunication may have happened with Fextra Life was hilariously massive. Like, they gave an embargo timing that was 6 days wrong. Excuse me? I don't know how that happens, but like I said, it's a sloppy process. There is miscommunication. People are misinformed. Sometimes the people relaying the information, the in-betweens, the agencies that are working with the developer and publisher and sharing information and dealing with all the
I feel
reviewers.
like maybe I should stop pausing so much because he literally is saying the exact same thing that I said.
Out codes and all that. Sometimes somebody just doesn't know everything, or they get something wrong, or they type something wrong. Like, that doesn't happen. But anyways,
100%.
that aside, people are just upset at the fact that anybody is playing the game prior to its full release. Why? Well, there's a few very particular reasons. For starters, people just have an issue with Fextra Life in general, them getting access, because mainly, besides people who just don't like Fextra Life for a variety of reasons, many of which I think are justified. I don't have a
Well, here's the thing. Remember what I told you guys about how you build 100 bridges and you suck one dick? You're not a bridge builder, you're a dick sucker? The problem with Extra Life is they suck 100 dicks and they only build one bridge. That's the reality. And so a lot of people don't like him.
Grudge against the guy or the channel, but I understand why some people don't like him for the embedded Twitch view boosting that he does. For some of they're getting their guide information.
Well, they got nerfed, so you can't do that anymore.
The quality of their guides, whatever. He's not what many consider traditional games media because they do run a wiki. Whatever you think of that wiki's quality, they do have a wiki with guides and information, and it even appears like they may have already started populating their wiki with info that was acquired during the review, which I wouldn't be.
It did not appear that way. The reason why it appeared that way is because it appeared on their website, because they put it there. They were creating guides and walkthroughs for the game, and PoE explicitly said the review copy was not for that purpose. They broke the embargo regardless of the video upload. You just read what they said.
Be surprised if they have at least get that process
That was
going.
okay,
If
the
they
wiki
truly
stuff.
played the
I think
game for 40
the videos are
hours,
fine.
they're going to have
I
a
like
wiki on
the videos.
PoE2. They do have a wiki on PoE2. They're at least going to start pre-filling out that information, even if it's embargoed for a week after launch, although it looks like some of that went live. And then they
To be
took it down.
fair, I want to make one thing extremely clear about this. We're at 12:09. The stipulation, let's read this. They are not allowed to produce. Produce is not publish, it is create. So in the process of creating something and putting it on the internet, there are usually 2 or 3 steps. There's production, editing, and publishing. So just because they didn't take the first step doesn't mean that, by definition, they violated it by producing it in the first step. That's just, again, that's what words are. Now, I kind of disagree with this point. If you produce something, you make it. There is no way that you can define production as not making something. You just read what the dictionary definition of it is. It's plain English.
After launch, although it looks like some of that went live and then they took
Just
it down.
a
But
tweet
anyways,
on
the point is,
legal
someone like
document.
Fextra Life
Good
isn't
point.
really just
Somebody in the chat does actually bring up a really good point that it could have been worded differently on the legal document and it could have been specified differently. So that's a good point, and we don't know the answer to that.
traditional games media because they have a wiki and they do post guides, and this makes it counter to GGG's stated philosophy of not wanting to spoil the discovery phase of the game prior to launch, or just not wanting to spoil it in general. If a review outlet like IGN or YouTubers, someone like SkillUp, if they get a review, we know it's going to be like a focused on the base game and sort of a one-off thing. Like, there is little to no risk of outlets like that, of people like that, of channels like that, spoiling the experience and ruining the discovery of the game, especially for the late game and end game content. Like, it's not going to happen. But that brings us to the other thing that's causing complaints here, is that players don't want the game solved prior to release. And this is a valid concern. I totally understand it. It's one that was widely expressed during the launch of Diablo 4, because with that game, myself and many others did have have access to D4 prior to it coming out. And specifically, the hardcore sweats of the crowd, the super blasters, they basically had the whole game figured out before it launched. Yeah. With the leveling and endgame class build guides, with boss fighting tactics, with farming routes, so on and so on. I think especially for a genre like ARPGs, there's a lot of people who want to feel like they are part of that discovery phase all together as a community at the same time. And
I think that's very true. And it's one of the, I feel like it's kind of like a lost lore type situation where a lot of people miss the days where you played a video game and everybody was starting off on the same foot when it came out, and people discover things collectively together. Whereas now it's like, as soon as a game gets released, you have people that are already like creating this deluge of content that they've done through like betas or some sort of like internal copy. And so like you already know how to beat the game like the moment the game gets released. And like you saw this happen, but like I feel like it's not really a big issue. I actually don't think it's a big problem because you can solve, like, it's a problem that you can solve yourself. The only time where it's actually a big issue is when either the game is designed around having to use certain types of builds, or it's a multiplayer game and metas are defined around it. Those are the 2 points where it's actually a problem. The whole point of an RPG, in my opinion, is figuring out the game and making cool builds. Well, I think that also, I think that you can play it in a number of different ways.
People who aren't YouTubers or art guide makers also have a chance to come up with some of those great builds. Like, there's people who find value in that. So that's something that gets taken away when people have access to the game 2 to 3 weeks prior to launch. And especially,
I would argue that it doesn't. I would argue that you take it away from yourself when you choose to play and you choose to look at guides. Like, I played Dragon's Dogma 1, and the only time that I looked at a guide was I couldn't figure out how to summon the Griffin. I thought it was like a Goblin Corpse you need. I didn't know that. So, other than that, I didn't play it with any guides at all, and I had a phenomenal, tremendous time. And I did the same thing with Metaphor as well. The first time that I looked something up is I didn't know, like, if it was a bug, why a certain boss wasn't taking damage from stuff. So yeah, that's the way I look up guides to understand how mechanics work. I think that the more punishing a game is, the more the game will encourage players to do pre-research. And that's why I think that it's really important for games to not be so punishing that they cause players to take the fun out of the game in order to avoid being punished by it.
People who are the type that are going to be figuring all this stuff out. So yeah, the concern is more so that Fextra Life running a wiki and posting guides isn't quite the same as, again, like an IGN or a YouTube reviewer like ScaleUp who gets a review code, because they're not going to be posting endgame build guides, right? And meta builds. Now, I will say, though, at the same time,
to be fair, I bet a lot of guys in Maxroll got PoE access. I don't know that, but I would assume that they probably did get early access to PoE too, and they probably just didn't use it that way. No, they didn't? Well, maybe they didn't. I don't know. Someone probably? Yeah, like, I would assume that they did.
Concern. I really don't think it's an actual issue, because Fextra Life in particular, in my eyes, is way closer to traditional games media than he is to the hardcore ARPG enthusiasts. And what I mean specifically is I am under zero impression that any guides Fextra Life comes up with are going to be anywhere remotely close to the best, to meta, to actually being the ideal thing and actually being the solution to whatever problem is in the game, right?
Well, he's not really a guide innovator. Like, he's probably not making guides. He'll probably maybe take a guide that somebody else is doing and then make a video on how to do it better, or at least like create his own video about it, but he's probably not innovating his own content.
Not the same as the ARPG blasters out there, people like Rax and DM and Rob, any of the crew on Maxroll and Icy Veins, for example. Those players getting early access does mean the game would be solved prior to launch. And as far as I'm aware, GGG hasn't given pre-launch codes to that portion of the community. So even though Fextra Life does run a wiki and post guides, I really don't think there's legitimate concern of them solving the game. They can certainly still spoil stuff, though, and if they're already filling up their wiki, that may end up happening depending on when that wiki embargo is. Well, Fextra Life and embargo timings, you know, that's kind of a touchy subject.
And that's very annoying. If PoE 2 comes out and Fextra Life, like, they post a bunch of guides and walkthroughs of the game, I think that collectively the PoE community is going to hate them forever. I think it's going to be like one of those, like, oh, does everybody remember when they did this one stupid thing? And everybody is going to keep bringing this up forever. And I think, by the way, deserve.
This video, right? But truthfully, yeah, like all of
because,
that.
Okay, this is going to be like me being biased, maybe, because like I have friends that are part of it. I think Maxroll is the best resource. I've been saying this since long. It's the best gaming resource guide website. It's my opinion.
Actual solving of the game, of finding the best builds, that is still going to happen at launch and post-launch when all of the blasters and all of the hardcore members of the RPG community are finally playing the game. Now, with that said, though, if grinding your games truly wanted to fully avoid any spoilers, any solving of, or any ruining of Path of Exile 2's discovery phase and the fresh launch experience, they shouldn't have sent out pre-release codes to anyone, especially people who run wikis. But again, I'm really not trying to single Fextra Life out. Everyone else is doing that as is. And like I said, I don't have a personal grudge against him. I just think some of the stuff that's been associated with.
I feel like it's a very simple dichotomy. You can review the game. You can't post spoilers for the game. It's so simple. And the thing is, like, with so many people, they do it all the time. Like, it's not like this is some sort of, like, it's not like it's the fucking Baldo's puzzle box here, okay? Like, we have 30 years of people doing this. It's not a secret at all.
Fextra Life is a little shady, right? Like the embedding to boost views and whatever. How accurate someone's wiki isn't like whatever. You can make a bad wiki if you want, but yeah, the view boosting was pretty shitty. So I understand why people have a really sour taste in their mouth when it comes to that channel.
I think that the reason why people don't like Fextra Life, especially like individual users, is they feel like the quality of the wikis are bad and that they prioritize search engine optimization over making sure that there's comprehensive, like, authentic quality for, like, let's say their Dark Souls or Baldur's Gate 3 wikis. I've personally had both experiences, and I personally could say, to be totally honest, the majority of the information that I found on Fextra Life wikis has been accurate. There's been a few inaccuracies, for sure. And I think the PoE community wiki is way better than them, but I don't think that they're wrong about everything.
Individual in particular, but my main point being is they just got themselves in a really tricky situation here. They shouldn't have sent out pre-release codes to anyone, whether it's traditional games media or otherwise, if they wanted a truly pure experience, as they're stating they are. I get the argument that they're making.
I think that it's not even a question which one is more important. Is it more important for people to get a true experience, or is it more important for people to get a educated decision on what they're going to spend their money on? It's not even close. Which one is more consumer friendly? Obviously, the reviews are more consumer friendly. Like, and everybody knows that. That's why everybody's been doing it for 30 years.
That they wanted to inform consumers, but consumers.
It's free. It's not free. It's not. the game will be free on release, but PoE 2 on early access is $30 to access it. You have to pay $30. Now, you get $30 in microtransaction credits in the store, so it's like it's not exactly that, but you do need to, one way or another, give them $30.
It doesn't have to be on the day that it releases, especially since it's an early access release. And I say this as someone who does pre-launch reviews and previews and videos all the time, right? So like I have a bias to suggest that these companies are giving out pre-release codes because I can post videos early and those videos can get views. Even if that all stopped happening, I'd adjust, I'd be fine. There's still a lot of videos that I can make. I don't only do reviews after all. This isn't a review.
This is
but
not a video
anyways, I'm not
anymore,
someone who's
it's
figuring out the best builds anyways. There's no fear of that. I'm not making guides. I'm really probably not solving anything about an ARPG. But regardless, GGG did put themselves in an awkward situation with this one.
I personally don't think they put themselves in an awkward situation at all, and I don't think Force is doing this, but I hate the idea that people are blaming them for this problem. This is something that almost every single game reviewer does, and every single company does, and if people can't figure out the difference, that's their problem, and to blame it on GGG is fucking ridiculous. They had stipulations, the stipulations were not met, and because of that, everybody's experience was worse. Let's look at who actually made the mistakes, rather than blaming it on people who tried to act in good faith. That's what I think. If F Extra Life is completely in the wrong, GGG did nothing wrong other than apparently a miscommunication.
Wanting to ruin the game for their hardcore audience, and I believe what they say, but at the same time, they're wanting to market as much as possible, giving access to publications with a wider reach outside of the most hardcore ARPG fans. And as a result, well, we've ended up in this rather messy circumstance. Now, is this going to ruin my personal experience with the game? No, not at all. I am not bothered that IGN, Extra Life, or whoever else got access will be posting their reviews on launch day. And as mentioned, none of them are actually going to have the best builds or really spoil too much of the game, even if they do post guides or whatever, which apparently they're not going to be allowed to until after release. I will wrap up by saying, though, that the most significant thing that I took out of this whole situation is that the review, however embargo breaking it was overwhelmingly positive. Like, they were singing glowing praise for this game.
At the end of the day, like, who gives a fuck? This game's gonna be crazy.
Like, I was already excited for PoE 2. I am now hyped. This is looking fantastic. Cannot wait to play. I can't wait to see all the discovery that happens for people from December 6th onward. But anyway, that is it for this video. Let me know what you think about this whole situation, this topic in general. I know it's a pretty heated one. I know there's a lot of strong feelings on the side of people not wanting the game spoiled. Like, again, whatever personal grudge people have against Extra Life aside, yeah, I mean, I totally get it, especially with a game like this. I understand. I do understand the complaints. But that is it for me for today. Thank you as always for watching. Hope you enjoyed the vid. See y'all next time.
I think to paint this as anything other than F Extra Life completely violating the trust that GGG put in them and making a mistake and actively working against what they had wanted to do with the game, I think it's unfair. F Extra Life are the ones that made the mistake. They're the ones that did it wrong, and nobody else is responsible for that other than them. Review copies serve for the best interest of the customer, and they should be continued to give out to people who are in the community, who do things ethically, and who are proven to be trustworthy and good resources for information. So I think that Force should keep getting review copies. I think Scale Up should keep getting review copies. Angry Joe, if I want one, I think I should get one. I don't ask for them though, because I like to have my first experience on camera, which for better or for worse. But either way, that's my viewpoint, and I think that review copies are, again, they serve to be a educator in the space to show people what's actually going on, and I think that's a good thing. So that's the way I see it. Looking towards your partnership on PoE 2 launch, bro? Yeah, I don't listen to the reviews either way. That's totally fine. If you don't want to listen to the reviews, that's okay. Again, it's type of class to play. I think that you should, why don't you just wait? Like, I mean, unless you're going to play on the moment of release, why don't you just wait until, like, people are playing for a couple of hours, and then make your decision based off of that? Because, like, if you see something that, like, looks fun to play, like, that's what I do sometimes. If, like, I don't play the PoE League on day 1, I'll wait for day 2 or day 3, and then I'll pull up Ziz, I'll pull up Steel Mage, I'll pull up Cute Dog, or somebody, and I'll watch them. I'll be like, yeah, this looks really cool. I want to play this, right? But in my opinion, like, I'm going to just go, yeah, Mathel, right? Mathel does really good builds, I think, right? GGG released all skill notes for all ascendancies. Yeah, well, here's another disappointing thing about that, is that I heard that GGG released that because it unfortunately got leaked. Is that true? I don't know about that. Can't go wrong with minions for start. I did with Necromancer one time. Yeah, no, it's hard to say. I'm not sure. Yeah, well, either way, don't show us. Well, I'll probably look, but I'll probably spoil myself a little bit for it. But either way, that's kind of what my take on it is, and I think that, again, it's 100% on F Extra Life, and it is 100% not on, what do you call it? Not on GGG. And they were acting completely in good faith in all ways. So, yeah.
レディークライニラ
Hey everyone, how's it going? So about a year ago, I had the plan to go through Pokemon Crystal with each type of Pokemon, kind of, under level 50. I thought it'd be really fun, but I guess I kind of forgot about it, and I forgot this video existed for a while. But after completing the Bug Challenge, evidently, I completed a Fire Challenge. Now, this is a bit of a Lost J-Rose episode. I never really intended to release this one, but I was going through old streams and found it. If you guys want to see more of these Lost J-Rose episodes, let me know. I'm so critical of my own stuff, and I'm always worried it's not going to measure up. But this is a bit of an interesting challenge, if for no other reason than to showcase some Pokemon you typically wouldn't use in a Pokemon Crystal run. I mean, one of the most interesting things about Fire type that jumps out to me and why a Nuzlocke with just Fire type would be totally brutal is because in Pokemon Crystal, there really aren't that many Fire types to choose from, as you're going to see. And the Fire types we have, while good, there's not a lot of type variation, so they're not just going to have similar weaknesses, but they're also going to have similar strengths, meaning they're all kind of redundant to each other. So I have to try my absolute best to give each Fire Pokemon kind of its own individual role, even if they don't really have anything that special about them. It's probably easier to show you what I mean than to tell you, so let's dive right into this run. I'm going to get to the first gym leader, but you may not know that in Pokemon Crystal, on Route 36, just to the left of Violet City, you can find Wild Growlithe. Now in a Nuzlocke, these things are brutal because they have Roar, but we're not doing a Nuzlocke today. I just kind of prefer the strategy and figuring out how to best use these Pokemon, as opposed to the stress of constantly resetting. And resetting, especially in a hardcore Nuzlocke, would become very, very necessary, because Fire types don't actually have a really good matchup versus Falconer. Now you might not actually notice it from this battle, but the big reason is that while my Growlithe is going to be at level 9, you're going to see that my Cyndaquil, ooh, nice burn there, is actually going to be, well, I have to wait for Growlithe to faint, and that's another really clutch burn. Man, this would work even as a Nuzlocke. That's really lucky. But my Cyndaquil is at level 12, and that means, well, I kind of wish I did this one as a Nuzlocke. This would have worked really nicely. In fact, I actually did try this 7 times and kept losing this battle over and over again, and it's very, very deflating because the early part of the game, especially finding the Growlithe, takes forever. But yeah, Falconer isn't that bad when you get some clutch burns, but typically Mudslap does enough damage and lowers your accuracy to the point where both your level 9 Pokemon faint. For the record, I did get pretty far into my Nuzlocke, relatively speaking, and I'll talk a little bit about it, but I do prefer this challenge because especially with Fire types, being under level 50 is actually kind of hard because there aren't that many Fire types. So it's a bit of a different way of thinking of the challenge, more looking at how these pieces fit together optimally, less, oh my god, am I gonna faint? Oh, I gotta do this again. And to be fair, despite the fact I have publicly said how I don't like Nuzlocks, I have given them a fair shake, and I will maybe do another one day. Okay, that's it for J-Rose discusses Nuzlocks. Time to go to the second gym, which, regardless of how you do the challenge, is going to be very easy for Fire types. We still have just Cyndaquil and Growlithe. Like I said, not many Fire types, although after we beat Bugsy, we will get 2 more. At this point in time, we do have Palava, which with Ember will one-shot both Metapod and Kakuna, and now Scyther comes out at level 16, so we're at equal level, and as you'd expect, Fury Cutter just doesn't do enough to me. I don't think we were expecting this one to be difficult, but shocker, it wasn't. Rival 2 could be a lot harder because he has the Croconaw, so Ember will 2-shot, it's annoying that we just got paralyzed there, but it will 2-shot Ghastly. Now I have to figure out what to do, and I just get absolutely annihilated by Water Gun. I do have Bite on Growlithe, but that does nothing. So as I just said, this is going to be a lot harder than Bugsy. Since my last save was before Bugsy, I actually used Growlithe to beat it this time. Thus it's at level 15, and its Bite one-shots Ghastly. Water Gun does over half. I go for Bite, it's a speed tie. And now I just need Quilava, now at level 15. I'm going to go for Leer and Swift, and that is enough to actually knock out Croconaw. I have over half HP after I level up, and although Zubat tries its best to confuse me, we are able to beat Rival 2. I'm lucky that I actually didn't save after Bugsy, so we can level up the Growlithe. That definitely really helped. But as I said right at the beginning, both of them being mono Fire type doesn't really provide any useful swap-in or resistance to something like Water. But now it's time for the most tedious part of this run, the part where I need to get Magby. So the easiest and best way to get Magby is by the odd egg. But the odd egg can be lots of different things, and there's no way of me knowing until I hatch the egg. So I can quickly dispatch Camper Todd. Probably should have saved before I did that, but then I can just bike back and forth and back and forth. You actually want to bike on the right-hand side, but the egg hatches, it's actually not the right egg. That's the Togepi egg. This egg takes a whole lot longer to hatch. I should mention, I found a way to kind of completely unbind the speed up, so it'll just go as fast as possible, which wastes a lot of Indian time, but makes this way less tedious. But although it's a little hard to tell what's going on, I think you can see when I check the egg, just how long it takes. Unfortunately, the one thing about speeding up to this degree, it's very easy to accidentally go into buildings, or just because a slight tap of left to right, which is unintentional but on a D-pad, it can happen, you just go into the wrong spot and then bam, you're not where you're supposed to be. I got really lucky. It only took my 3rd egg for it to be Magby. 12% overall for Magby and a 2% overall for a shiny Magby. If we got that, it would be a much better Magby. The DDs of the shiny Pokemon are much better than the zeros across the board for the non-shiny. But Magby/Magmar are still very decent Pokemon to use, so I'm happy to have them. I battled every trainer I could before battling Whitney. Palava's leveled up a little bit. It's at level 18. I'm going to use it versus Clefairy, but the real concern I have is no thanks to rollout. I mean, it's just going to destroy my whole team. I do have Smokescreen to try and mitigate because we can miss already. Now, my so-called strategy was to try and use Dig to avoid rollout stacking. It did not work, and so now all I have is Magby. Magby gets some useful punching moves like Dizzy Punch, and there is a chance I could paralyze, but 1 stomp, 2 stomp, and that is it. Not the best first attempt at Whitney. And can you imagine blacking out there? That would just be terrible, because the battle, if things go right, can go much better. I mean, Clefairy uses Metronome, so what it does is completely random, and we only get 3 damage against us in this battle, which is great. Smokescreen is such a lucky strategy, and I go for 2 of them, and then I just start going for Ember, hoping for a burn. It is only 10%, but if you get the burn, that really makes it easier. Now I just have to KO Miltank before it hits me too much, but it does have Milk Drink. Of course, if I get the burn, it's over. And although this is going to be annoying, eventually, especially with burn damage, and the fact it's not hitting me, I do think Magby is going to take it out. This battle took me about 20 attempts, which is pretty terrible, and I could have leveled up more if I really wanted to. I think it goes without saying just how brutal this battle would be as a Nuzlocke, and if you're wondering how I managed to get past that on 1 attempt, well, there is something else I could have theoretically done. You see, in Pokemon Crystal version, there is a trainer that will call you and give you a Firestone, which would evolve Growlithe into Arcanine. This is actually kind of bad because Growlithe learns Flamethrower around level 50, and that's a really good move. But if we absolutely need to beat Whitney and we need to be safe, all you have to do is talk to your mother and say that it's time to change daylight savings time. And if you only have one person in your contacts, in this case Alan, eventually he'll give you the fire stuff. Then when you battle Whitney, you have an Arcanine, which is much better than a Growlithe. That doesn't make the battle free or anything. I mean, Arcanine can outspeed, and we can use Dig the same way as before. We have to be kind of really careful. And we also need some good luck. I still really just have to rely on Mud Slap, but anything can go wrong, and I was actually ready to reset, but we get the victory on 1 HP. But since there aren't many fire Pokemon, you can imagine how devastating it was to lose something as good as Colava so early. All this is to say, in a mono fire run, Whitney is absolutely terrible, and she can just mess up your team. But again, while it's useful to draw from that run, and hey, this is footage I otherwise would never use, it isn't the run we're here to talk about today. After being Whitney, the game really opens up to us, and thus, we don't have to worry as much about the next gym leaders. Also, you might recall me saying we can get 2 Pokemon in Goldenrod. One of them is an Eevee, and if we do the same thing we did last time, and talk to Mom and get the Firestone, we can get ourselves our 4th member of our team, Flareon. Now, for a time, Flareon is going to provide a pretty useful role as a strong physical attacking Pure Fire Pokemon. Eventually, I think Arcanine's going to take that over, but since we don't want to evolve it until we have to, Flareon's going to have to do for now. Unfortunately, however, until we get to Kanto, meaning past the Elite Four, these are all the Pokemon we're going to have. And thankfully, they're still really good at taking out more of these Pokemon. Growlithe with Dig, it doesn't outspeed or one-shot, so maybe I kind of exaggerated when I said easily. Effectively, I guess I should say. Gengar also kind of proved a little scary, but with Flareon, oh, you know, maybe this is going to be harder than I thought. No, we should be fine. We're just going to go for Dig, and this is Hypnosis. Oh, that doesn't even do half. Okay, Mean Look is fine. Just don't hit with Hypnosis. Oh, that's very bad. That's very bad. You know, we might lose this. I didn't think we would. I don't know why I thought, yeah, I really did think this would be a lot easier than it was. Okay, my bad. You know, we don't actually have to battle Morty now. There's so much more game left. When we come back and battle him, we'll just destroy him then. Felt like a good plan to me. Turns out I'm actually kind of impatient, so I battle Morty sooner than I had to. But if we use Magby, we can KO the Ghastly. Well, KO's itself be a curse. Magby is so weak, it can't stand up to Gengar, so don't mind if it faints. And then we can book the Lava, hoping for a curse, but we can knock out Haunter. And now with Gengar, all we gotta do is go for one smokescreen. Don't love the cheesy smokescreen strats, but it's a little different using accuracy than evasion. Accuracy only affects one Pokemon, while evasion can theoretically affect the whole team. Again, I could just level up here. I just have to go to heal the Pokemon Center, so I decided might as well. And it's still not a 2-shot, but Hypnosis misses enough, and I have the Mid-Berry from a little further in, right on Moo Farm. And yeah, pretty easy victory. Again, I could have waited, and you can imagine how much easier this fight would be if I had Arcanine. I hope you guys aren't annoyed seeing all these clips from the old Nuzlocke. It's just kind of cool for me to look back at this. It's been so long. But yeah, you can see how when I'm playing as carefully as possible and really trying to make sure I win first time, I mean, what a difference it makes with an Arcanine, and then it actually had the Mid-Berry, even though Gengar didn't do anything. Such a different battle. And I guess at this point, just because I've been showing you so much of the Nuzlocke, I'm sure some of you are curious how I even got past Faulkner. It's terrible, by the way. You should see the luck you need to get past Faulkner. But yeah, in the Nuzlocke version of that battle, Growlithe kind of has to solo, and it's really annoying because you get hit by Mud Slap, and then you have to really hope you just don't miss. But every hit has a chance of missing, and I just get really good luck, because if you swap, it's likely one of the Pokemon will faint, but look at my reaction right there. Oh, I look so much younger. 2 years younger. But yeah, that's genuine excitement, and I get that's what people like and why they do Nuzlocks, but that's because I'd failed the first 10. Also, if any of you are curious about how Rival 2 gets beaten, it's just simply a matter of over-leveling my Pokemon. This is a big reason people hacking rare candies to their Nuzlocks. It's just tedious, but look how much of a difference it makes. Although that crit at the end was kind of nice, but Growlithe just takes so much less damage, and Colava was at the same level. I should note that Growlithe is in the slow level up group, which is very annoying, because it just takes it that much longer to level up. At this point, we're now caught up, and I'm sure you're wondering when this run will fall apart. Don't worry, I'll get to that. But for now, let's get back to the actual run I'm supposed to be talking about. And this isn't relevant to the run, but I found Raikou in the grass. That's cool. And speaking of cool, a gym leader that could theoretically cool off these fire Pokemon would be Chuck. Specifically his Poliwrath. I lead with Flareon mostly because I want to get it some experience points. And then against Poliwrath, it actually doesn't go for Surf. But in a run like this, I can allow Flareon to faint. And I've leveled up Magby to Magmar, and one of the biggest advantages of Magmar is the fact that it can learn Thunder Punch and has decent special attack, so it easily takes out Poliwrath. Although, weird AI not going for Surf there. I knew about this bad AI or weird AI because of my experience with Nuzlocking fire types, and this one is much more of a cheap, tedious strategy. But since I know that Poliwrath loves to go for Hypnosis, as well as the fact that it's probably going to go for Dynamic Punch and Mind Reader, I use Arcanine as my lead as opposed to Magmar, just because it's faster and bulkier, having Magmar in the backseat. Or at least that was the plan, because unfortunately, this was the only run that ever made it this far, so I know I'm really hyping up when it's all going to fall apart, but trust me, it's going to make sense why I never tried this again. After you beat Chuck, you can just battle Jasmine if you want to, and with a fire-type team, it's not so bad. Unfortunately, Growlithe is so weak, Dig doesn't one-shot, but again, I can just kind of throw Pokemon at the problem, until eventually I win. Magmar is one of the best Pokemon to throw at the problem, since it is my highest level Pokemon, and it has the best special attack, despite the fact that it has 0 DVs and everything. In the Nuzlocke, however, we have to actually do a bit of different routing. You see, in a hardcore Nuzlocke, you can't exceed the next gym leader's highest level Pokemon, and since Price's highest level Pokemon is 31, I have to battle him first, and this is where you can see how good Magmar is. This is actually an identical Magmar virtually to the one I'm using, and you can see Thunder Punch does pretty good. The one nice thing about Price is even though he has water Pokemon, they don't really use water moves, and Piloswine doesn't have ground moves. Otherwise, this gym battle would be an absolute nightmare, but thankfully it's a relatively safe one. And you see, now that it's beaten Price and is level 31 Piloswine, I can level up to level 35 to make Jasmine more consistent, because we can't have anything fainting in this run. That said, my patience isn't all that much better in Nuzlocke, so even though I could go up to level 35, I decide not to. However, with Arcanine and Dig versus Growlithe and Dig, Magnemite's a one-shot. I do a really smart thing here where I manipulate Steelix's HP by using Bite, and then I go for Dig on Magnemite. So, some cool strats here you don't get to see me use. All of this is kind of to hammer the point home that these sections are really easy if you grind enough, but I'm going to be hit with a reality check in this Nuzlocke run really soon. I guess I should first talk about how I beat Price in my real run. Not that it's going to be all that interesting. I mean, it's the same battle, just with much lower stakes and lower level Pokemon, but it still basically uses Magmar to do as much as it can, which just like last time turns out to be everything. So now both runs have made it to the Team Rocket section, which we don't really have to say much about. We can skip ahead to Claire. So what's Claire going to be like with her Dragon Pokemon? I'm going to use Flareon in my regular run, and you can see Dragonair number 1 is Surf. But Flareon makes quick work of that, not bad. Then comes out Kingdra. And Kingdra also has Surf and is very fast. I still only have 4 Pokemon. Magmar can use Sunny Day, but it's going to faint before it can do anything else. At this point, I know I need an Arcanine, even though I wanted Flamethrower, but as you're going to see, I need it. With a combination of paralysis and flinching, Arcanine is able to thankfully knock out the Kingdra, and yet the third Dragonair still makes quick work of it, meaning I need to go into my level 33 Kolava, and all it can do is really use Swift. I kind of prefer to win here with the luck I got versus Kingdra, and with a high roll on Swift, that's exactly what happens, and you can see how happy I am. Gee, I wonder why I'm so happy to beat Claire. I mean, these Pokemon were a little underleveled, they could go all the way up to level 40. Surely if you could beat Claire with Pokemon in the 30s, you could beat her with Pokemon in the 40s, right? So yeah, about that, I can lead with a level 40 Flareon, and it's gonna two-shot. I had the Scarf, not the Prowler Berry, but now it comes Kingdra, and I don't want to lose anything, but I only have 3 Pokemon, remember, so I go into Magmar, and of course Kingdra crits, so there's no more Magmar for the rest of this run, and no Sunny Day, and very quickly, even though I've spent 3 hours and 18 minutes, with Speed Up, with not Speed Up, it would have taken about 12 hours to achieve this, I just got absolutely swept by Claire. And as you saw, it's possible things could have gone totally differently. Perhaps we don't lose the lava, perhaps we get some better luck. But I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you, and this is legit the truth. After I lost this run, I really just didn't feel like doing another Nuzlocke ever again. I probably dedicated 20 hours of real time to getting a fire run this far. To lose it was really infuriating, which is why I thought it would be more fun and less stressful to do what we're doing now, learning what it's like for a fire type team to get through the game, while actually being able to play the entire game and not just the beginning gym over and over and over again. But it's at this point that I no longer have that Nuzlocke run to reference because I never made it to the Elite Four. And speaking of 4, I have to figure out how to utilize these 4 Pokemon, Typhlosion, Magmar, Arcanine, and Flareon, to make it through the Elite Four, and I should be able to do this without saving. I mean, fire Pokemon shouldn't be so bad that I would need to save, even if I want to, like a Nuzlocke, not over-level my Pokemon. Because remember, there is still a restriction in this challenge that actually makes the back half even harder, the fact that we cannot go above level 50. This means that every single Pokemon will have to find some sort of use, because if one Pokemon just ends up being the best, it's gonna over-level, and I'm not gonna be able to use it for Kanto, which would be bad. Although there's a bit of a caveat there, we'll talk about that a little later. Anywho, let's go and battle Will. Will's a Psychic-type trainer, and Flareon has Shadow Ball. Unfortunately, it's not a fast Pokemon, but it is a strong Pokemon, strong enough to one-shot Xatu, strong enough to two-shot Slowbro. Remember, in Gen 2, this is still a physical attack. We do get confused by Xatu number 2, but we don't hit ourselves and knock it out. Now, Exeggutor in a perfect world, we would use Flamethrower, we don't have that. So I swap into Magmar, and unfortunately, Fire Punch just isn't enough. Arcanine is going to knock it out with Headbutt, and then Jinx has really bad defense, so I go for Headbutt a couple times and we win. You may notice that I have a 5th Pokemon. You can catch a Ponyta just before the Elite Four, but Ponyta and Rapidash aren't all that useful. It's really just on my team if I need something to swap into, maybe like for Hyper Beam or something, but I'm not really anticipating using it at all. I might eat those words, but that's the thought process here. Alright, so let's go on to Koga. I think that Sunny Day and Fire Punch is the right play here. It's enough to one-shot Ariados and thankfully hit. I'm not surprised it one-shots Fortress. And now we have Muck. I don't think it'll one-shot. It won't even two-shot. Acid Armor is irrelevant, Toxic misses, and Thunder Punch, just to conserve power points, knocks it out. Then we get another miss with Toxic. We get a Clutch Paralysis. I go for Sunny Day for Venomoth, and then I go for Fire Punch, which is enough to knock it out. Sunny Day Fire Punch just too strong, and Magmar obliterates Koga's team with Fire Punch. Now that we've hit level 41, we can kiss that move goodbye, and we get an extra 20 base power and have Flamethrower. Pretty good stuff. Now I know in Red and Blue you're used to me making fun of Bruno, but he's not nearly as much of a joke in Gold Silver Crystal, and certainly against the Fire team he's not going to be a joke, even though he has fewer rock Pokemon than Gen 1. Hitmontop's a weird Pokemon. I'm going to go for Headbutt. It's going to want to go for Dig, and well, eventually, okay, there, it goes for Dig, so I can use my Dig to avoid its Dig. It goes for Protect, but that's fine, I knock it out. Now against Onix, I go for Flame Wheel, Bite maybe doing more damage. I think about it, I just go for Flame Wheel, it goes for Earthquake, that's alright. Now I gotta decide who I want to go into next. There's no real great option. Typhlosion does have Thunder Punch as well. I just go for Fire Punch, hoping it'll knock it out. Sandstorm does more damage in this generation, which is annoying. Typhlosion, though, does take care of the Onix. So now Machamp comes out, it does have Rock Slide, and there it goes. This is a big reason I'm worried about Bruno. So Flareon, I'm hoping will do a lot. Shadow Ball is my strongest move. Rock Slide does miss, but he heals. I went for Quick Attack in vain, that was probably a dumb idea. Now I'm gonna try for a flinch with Headbutt, and I don't get it the first time, it goes for Foresight, but I do get it the second time, and we're probably gonna win at this point. Hitmonlee is good, but not good enough to beat a Flareon, I think. I'm gonna go for Shadow Ball for extra damage. It does quite a lot. High Jump Kick is enough to knock me out, but Magmar should have speed, and Flamethrower knocks it out. Oh yeah, we still hit Hitmonchan. Well, that's okay. 2 Flamethrowers, even with its buffed special defense, is enough. And although Magmar wasn't the star of the show, having it in the background, able to clean up, really good stuff. So underleveled, on our first run ever, we've made it to Karen, which is really good, but Karen can be very, very irritating, and her Houndoom might be a little difficult for me. I'm kind of seeing how I can go about beating all her Pokemon, but it may end up being a little bit tricky. The most annoying Pokemon in retro Pokemon history is this Umbreon. Well, at least if you don't count Pokemon Stadium sets. I go for Sunny Day, it goes for Feint Attack, which is really good. Flamethrower does about half, it goes for Mean Look. Okay, there goes Confuse Ray, and that's annoying because I can't swap now. I would really like this not to faint, and I do knock out the Umbreon. Now out comes Gengar. I go for Sunny Day again, because getting it up is good. Magmar faints, so it won't be able to finish this off. I go for Fire Punch on Typhlosion, it is enough. Then Murkrow, I'm gonna keep going for Fire Punch, and it almost one-shots. The Sun is strong. And now Houndoom comes out, Sun faints, I gotta go for Thunder Punch, and Crunch doesn't actually knock me out, which is good. I don't swap, and good news, it went for Pursuit. Now I can go for Dig, but unfortunately my Arcanine is really underleveled. Being part of the slow level up group's a huge part. And then unfortunately Arcanine will heal, and Headbutt does a lot of damage. But unfortunately we get a super unlucky crit against us, and I do think if things would have broke the right way, we would have actually beaten Karen and made it to Lance. But at my current levels, I have no doubt Lance would have been pretty difficult, so we're very likely going to have to level up quite a bit, even though the first 3 Elite Four members are not a problem. But as you saw, it's not like I was that far away from beating Karen, it's more Lance I'm concerned about, so it's not going to surprise you to learn that even though Karen is trolly and annoying, it didn't actually take me that many more attempts to beat her. I mean, this Umbreon is annoying as anything, and it does almost knock out Typhlosion, but on 2 HP I'm able to knock it out. Then Gengar, I go for Earthquake. That's a good move Typhlosion can learn, even though it's not necessarily a physical attacker. Arcanine is still underleveled, which is bad, but it just takes so long to level that thing up. we knock out the Gengar with Flareon, and Murkrow is pretty weak, so a couple headbutts will knock it out. Unfortunately, I'm already paralyzed, so it does take an extra turn, and then Houndoom doesn't let me get the quick attack, or should I say the paralysis doesn't. Arcanine, if I leveled up more, this would be such a joke, but unfortunately, what I have to do instead is rely on our Magmar going for Dizzy Punch, getting it confused, it hitting itself in confusion, and then with Vileplume, I just have to go for Flamethrower. So there's a way to make this more consistent, but I'm happy we made it to Lance. I just gotta heal everything up, because I really want to see how this battle goes. So Lance leads with Gyarados, and Gyarados always goes for Rain Dance. It's going to take 2 Thunder Punches to knock it out, but that's okay because we have the turns. But this is the Pokemon I'm worried about, Aerodactyl. It knows Rock Slide, which it shouldn't really know, but it does, because Lance is a cheater. Now, Typhlosion is pretty fast. It's not an Aerodactyl, though. It does, however, paralyze it and knock it out, which is good luck, but it's not as if the Dragonite are going to be easy. Because, as you would expect, Fire-type Pokemon can't learn Ice Punch. I mean, it's nice they can learn Thunder Punch, and that Shadow Ball with a crit did pretty good. I mean, at least we're gaining experience points. Smog is useless, man. Evolutions have such weird movesets in the early generations. Our level 37 Arcanine does way better than you'd think, and actually takes out a Dragonite, but all that means is that Charizard is going to take out it and the level 32 Ponyta. And, I mean, I don't know exactly what I was expecting, but you'll notice something important. I didn't reset, I saved. Meaning all those experience points we got, I get to keep them, and this is a little bit more of an engaging way to gain experience points and get attempts. Even if there's a trainer they're consistently losing to, at least I'm getting attempts, learning more, and gaining experience points, instead of running around victory run. So you'll notice in my second battle versus Lance, I'm at a higher level, but I'm still not close to being at level 50. I'm almost one-shotting with Thunder Punch, not that it really matters. What would matter more is tanking the Rock Slide, but that's not going to happen. It would also matter if we could outspeed. Rock Slide missing is pretty good, because I know Typhlosion can tank the Rock Slide. Now, remember I said this Ponyta might tank Hyper Beam? Well, there it goes. Yay, Ponyta, you did your job. I taught Typhlosion rollout thinking that might be a useful strategy, and it does knock out the first Dragonite, and then the second Dragonite, and then Charizard comes out. It knocks out Charizard. Oh my god, am I just gonna win here? Unfortunately, my counting was bad. That was the 5th turn of rollout, but if it was the 4th, we would win. Instead, it goes for Outrage, and if we can tank it, maybe it can knock itself out. I'm gonna go for Flareon. I'm gonna go for Shadow Ball. Okay, this is good. Okay, this is really good. We might win here. Ah, full restore. That's a problem. And it's gonna go for Outrage again. You'll notice that Arcanine hasn't been super useful at anything in the Elite Four so far, so it's stuck at level 37. It is still unbelievably bulky, however, so it's able to tank Outrage, go for Headbutt, get a crit, and then Dragonite hits itself in Confusion. We actually could win right here with a crit, or a hit in Confusion. Unfortunately, neither occur, and we come very, very close to the flukiest of under-level victories. If Arcanine was just level 42 or 43, I think we would have had it. That said, however, there is still some luck in there. The strategy has changed. Typhlosion's level 48, I go for Defense Curl because it has to go for Rain Dance, and Thunder Punch does one-shot. Now, the idea is that Rock Slide won't do as much, so I can start going for Rollout, but it can crit. So things can still go wrong. However, you'll notice in this next battle, Typhlosion's only level 47 because I just used Pokemon differently, and I was worried it wouldn't one-shot, but it does. So now it's at level 48, and we're gonna go for Rollout, we outspeed, and we get the best possible luck. Rock Slide missing. 3rd Rollout versus Dragonite number 1, 4th versus Dragonite number 2, and then Charizard, assuming we don't miss, and there's a lot of luck here, each hit has a 10% chance to miss, that's a 5 turn, and now I'm gonna go for Rollout, we do get the miss, Safeguard is fine, Outrage, Rollout, Outrage, and that is the Elite Four. In the end, we didn't need more than 1 Pokemon. If I ever did want to go back and do a Nuzlocke, I now know a consistent strategy for beating Elite Four, well, semi-consistent. But yeah, can we take a step back and acknowledge I'm using a physical attacking Typhlosion with Defense Curl and Rollout? Like, I kind of just played it off as like, of course we did that. But like, no, that's insane. But that's exactly what I'm talking about in these mono type runs. You have to figure out a way to make each Pokemon useful. Typhlosion's speed and its access to those moves set it apart from Magmar, set it apart from Arcanine, and in the end, shockingly, since it also got Thunder Punch, it could lead against Gyarados with its weird AI and sweep Lance's entire team. If I had known this 2 years ago, I may have tried again, but I'm gonna be honest with you, it is kind of nice after all these years to see that Fire Pokemon might not be as bad at Pokemon Crystal as I first thought they were. Speaking of Pokemon Crystal though, one of the things I've most despised about these games, that I love by the way, is the fact that they keep certain Johto Pokemon in Kanto, which makes no sense because you never saw them before, but one of those Pokemon is Slugma. Slugma is a rock type, which is interesting and gives it a second typing. Our first fire Pokemon that actually has a secondary typing. The other fire Pokemon, however, is one that I do find overall a lot more useful in my runs, and that's Houndour with its dark typing, just because Red has an Espeon, so Houndour does counter that pretty well, or at least Houndoom does. I mean, really, there's only 4 fire Pokemon in the entire game prior to beating the 8th gym leader. Like, did they really have to stick them all in, like, the back sliver of the game? Because, yeah, people say the back half, but this is not half the game, right? The main part of the game are the Johto gyms. The Kanto gyms are really easy, and to that end, in a run like this, I go back and forth showing them or not. I just don't really see the points. Like, I seriously have nothing interesting to say about any of these gym battles. I win them all. They're also not on the time sheet, so if whoever's editing this video, I have a bunch of editors now, wants to find them and do a montage, go ahead. I'm saying don't bother, so if they didn't do it, blame me. Zero's 11, the original editor, and the worst one. And speaking of the worst one, and by worst I mean the most difficult, Rival Fivel's gym leader now goes by Blue, and we're gonna try to beat him. Macargo has Rock Slide, but Macargo is not known as a physical attacker, so it takes a while to knock out Pidgeot. I still do it. I even use Toxic, although that was because I anticipated a full restore. That was my bad. Rhydon comes out next, and I'm just gonna leave Macargo in. There's no point switching. Speaking of no point switching, here's Magmar out to use Sunny Day for a very good reason, and since this isn't a Nuzlocke, I don't have to switch it out or worry about it fainting. And now we bring out Houndoom, which uses Solar Beam, and yeah, go Houndoom. Gyarados is a little bit more annoying. I can go for Solar Beam, but that does next to nothing. I somehow tank that, which is pretty cool, and then I get Spidef Drop, which is really cool. What I was going to do was go into Typhlosion, still really good against Gyarados. And although I don't think this is gonna one-shot, oh, it does. Wow, Typhlosion's really good. But super bad news here. It's at level 50. We're still allowed to use Typhlosion, but it cannot exceed level 50, so we're basically in the red zone here. Thankfully, Alakazam makes quick work. What a weird incentive I have. Flareon comes out, goes for quick attack, knocks out the Alakazam, and now Arcanine, lose Arcanine, is out. Extreme Speed does so much, we get a Staff Drop, but that's not helping us. And Extreme Speed has more priority than quick attack, so good luck for me. Arcanine v Arcanine, full restore, ooh, that's not a good sign. Dig's doing some decent, alright, Roar is fine. I go for Dragon Breath, and get a crit, and I go Leftovers on, which combos well with Dig. And on my first try, I make it to Executor. I thought I won for a second. And you know what? I'm going to, because I get a crit, Solar Beam will knock me out, and now I win. Losing count, something happens a lot on this channel, but regardless, a win is a win. But the news isn't all good. Typhlosion was so good versus Lance with Defense Curl rollout. It would be nice to be able to use that against Red in some way, but then we would definitely hit level 51. We're going to need to find some way to use Typhlosion not as much as we think, or very little, and that might be really difficult considering Red's Pokemon are going to be 20 plus levels higher. Part of what I love about this challenge, the fact that we are under-leveled after all the challenges where I'm over-leveled, it feels good, but it's going to feel better when I find a way to use these Fire Pokemon in order to defeat Red Demon. If you do want to see how other types of Pokemon would compare to Fire type, let me know in the comments. I know I'm kind of begging for interaction here, but seriously, I do like knowing what you guys like. I understand that you sometimes can be using comparative factors, so seeing a bunch of people really talk about certain series, I mean, it's pretty good indicator you guys like it. And speaking of liking things, I really like using Typhlosion in this run, and it's going to lead off versus Pikachu. It is so fast, it doesn't hurt me. And it wouldn't one-shot anyway. Well, that sucks. Okay, I don't really know what to do here. That's not going to work, now is it? Okay. I might as well try again because I don't know what else I do at this point. So Charm fails. Yay, 1 in 4 chance of that happening. It's gonna heal. This is the only Pokemon Red can heal, so it's good that this is at the beginning. I'm gonna waste all the 4 restores. Thunder is fine. And what comes out next? Okay, Espeon. Interesting. So I could swap, but what's the point? I'm just gonna let it think for now. Let's allow Houndoom to come in fresh, just to see how it works. Reflect is fine. Punch does about a third. Switch does a lot more than you think, but I'm under leveled. We knocked out Espeon. Alright, so far we're doing well. Now I want to go for Sunny Day, but unfortunately Blastoise outspeeds. And I don't think Magmar can outspeed. It doesn't. So if we could outspeed and go for Sunny Day, that would be pretty huge. But, alright, I have 118 speed. Now it's time where I do some calculations figuring out if I can outspeed Blastoise without having to exceed level 50. Remember that in Generation 2, all stats can be maxed in stat experience, unlike EVs and current Pokemon, where you really have to think about min-maxing. Depending on your perspective, either fortunately or unfortunately, it would be possible for Houndoom to outspeed Blastoise. Why is this unfortunate then? Because stat experience point training is way slower and more tedious than EV training, and since I can't exceed level 50, the best thing I can do is just knock out a bunch of really low-level free-evolved Pokemon on Route 1, which takes a really long time. I mean, it takes a lot of time just normally, but I also only have 2 attacking moves. So, yeah, I could be here for like an hour or more, and you can see I'm speeding up the game as far as it'll go, because I hate doing this. Good news though, I miscalculated, actually didn't take me as long as I thought it would. And I also have a new idea for something that might work. I'm gonna leave with Magmar, and I'm gonna go for Sunny Day. Thunder misses, which is good, and Sunny Day actually takes Thunder's accuracy down to 50%. Then I'm just gonna go for Flamethrower and try to knock out Pikachu. Once again, we get an almost KO, meaning we're gonna have to deal with a couple potions, and that's gonna take forever, and then just crits, and that's really annoying. So I decided to go into Houndoom to get it out, because I think Blastoise is gonna come out next. And I am correct. It seems unfortunate that with the strategy change, I no longer have to outspeed Blastoise, but Sunny Day ran out, so it actually helps, and it goes for Surf, so we can see it does work. Solar Beam, however, just doesn't do enough. I figured the combination of Sunny Day, lowering Surf's power, and 1-turn Solar Beam would be enough, but I'm really wrong about that, and unfortunately, without a way to deal with Blastoise, it just completely obliterates my entire team. And so I'm going to need a new strategy. Well, part of that new strategy is to lead with Houndoom, just get it right out there, because Charm doesn't matter, and Crit Attack, that's actually annoying. But Flamethrower KOs after Sunny Day. Sunny Day's already off, so I can go for 1 Solar Beam. Surf, oh, well, that's not what I thought would happen there. I'm gonna go Sunny Day. I think Quick Attack means oh, okay. That's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. I have a Miracle Seed to do more damage, so no leftovers. And it's an unfavorable range to KO Pikachu. Great. But is this an unfavorable range? Okay, it's favorable-ish. But the sun ran out at the worst possible time because of the potion. So I need this to knock out Pikachu on turn 1. No damage, and no full restores. I mean, this is looking really annoying. And yeah, it's looking really unfavorable to get all that happening. And now I'm in the same situation I don't want to be in. I've been stuck on Red for more than an hour at this point, and I still like Houndoom leading. I still like Sunny Day Flamethrower, although I can't get hit by Thunder. So I'm really resetting for like optimal luck, which is really annoying. There's Thunderbolt, gotta reset again. Just really frustrating, but I do have a new idea. Oh god, I promise you, I have a new idea, but man does it suck when you're relying on such specific circumstances. Okay, there's the miss from Thunder, and there's the KO. Okay, this is perfect. I didn't even need that to happen. Solar Beam 1, Rain Dance, Sunny Day, Surf, great. And now Solar Beam 2, Surf, it can't heal here. And now I just need something outspeed. Typhlosion will do. Thunder Punch. Okay, this is good. Espeon is now out. I'm just gonna let it faint. I'm gonna go for Earthquake. It's okay. Now you would think it's a problem that Houndoom is fainted because it's the most natural Espeon counter, but Psychic doesn't one-shot Flareon, and Shadow Ball does enough that after okay, well, I thought that would knock it out, but it doesn't. However, at level 50, Arcanine gets Extreme Speed, so I can mop up. Now Snorlax has a really bad matchup against Macargo, and so my hope, well, it doesn't if it crits. My hope, though, was to stall it and manipulate its power points so it never goes for rest. We've done it before, but without Macargo, even with a digging Arcanine, probably not gonna happen. I mean, we're doing well, and there's a Dynamic Punch. I mean, you know I love to throw that move in there as a wish and a hope. Listen, that's a new PB, but this is kind of parts of a plan, not a plan that's going to necessarily work. So what will work? Well, I do like leading with Houndoom. Unfortunately, I can't get hit by Thunder, so I have to do a lot of resetting. Still, Charm is fine, and we would like Flamethrower to knock it out, and with Charcoal equipped, it's almost guaranteed. Unfortunately, it does mean Solar Beam does less, but if it crits, good news. Now we can actually use Houndoom to knock out Blastoise, so this is actually an incredibly lucky run. Espeon is going to knock me out with Swift, but that means we have Typhlosion for later. We did not have it before. Flareon versus Espeon, Psychic, Shadow Ball, and now I'm going to go Quick Attack. I need Arcanine to knock this out with Extreme Speed. Is it going to? Yes, excellent. Now comes out Snorlax, and we gotta swap into Macargo. Amnesia is fine, and so here's what works a bit better. The combination of Protect, Curse to raise my defense, and Toxic to lower its HP. Now, here's the wrinkle. I actually don't care anymore if it goes for Rest, because if it goes for Rest, it means I have more turns to set up Curse. And the more turns to set up Curse, the more likely that my attack gets high enough where Macargo can, crit, that my attack can actually do some significant damage. Now, eventually, my Leftovers recovery will start being more than what Snorlax will deal to me, but that isn't yet. Protect is helping. You can see I'm starting to gain HP slowly but surely. Getting paralyzed would really suck. The fact I haven't been is actually absurdly lucky. I do want to see how much Rock Slide would do at this point, and it almost knocks out Snorlax. It probably will go for Rest at this point. That's fine. Annoying, but fine. I can go for the final Curse, which is pretty good. And so now I just, oh no, another crit and a flinch. God, this is so irritating. But we're doing well so far. The one thing I'm worried about is I don't know what's coming out next. A special attack is probably still going to knock me out. If I just had a lot more HP, we would be in such a good position. We knock out Snorlax, so this is a new PB. Charizard comes out. I'm going to go for, see, I don't think we would take that. Typhlosion does have the rollout strat. We've used it before, but when the Charizard is like 20 levels higher, it just doesn't work. So now we're stuck with Magmar and Arcanine, and the other fire Pokemon, wow, Fire Spin's good. Actually, okay, wait. That's good. Thunder Punch, Wing Attack doesn't knock me out. It can't hit, oh my god, crit. Wait, I think we just won. I think we just got the flukiest victory ever. Because it's gonna go for Solar Beam. I wish I Protect here, I don't. Okay, Arcanine, wait a minute, I think we won. It's gonna go for Solar Beam. No. All right, we're fine. We just won. We go for Street Feed. Yes! That was dumb. All right, well, you can see the face. That is the face of a man that knows that wasn't my plan in action. That was just a little silly. Macargo was supposed to do quite a bit more. And so the 29-13 time kind of shows you that fire types aren't really good in Pokemon Crystal. I mean, individually, Houndoom and Typhlosion are really good. Arcanine's got really good stats, but not a great moveset. Magmar can have its uses, and Macargo had some good typing and was integral to the win. But as I've said now 3 times, the lack of various typings, the lack of coverage, it just really hurt us. I'm happy we were able to put together some form of a plan in order to finally beat Red, but I really do think that if I were to do this with different types, we could do this a lot quicker and with a lot fewer retries. So maybe we'll do that in the future. Until then, guys, thank you really much for watching, and I'll be back soon with another new video. Take care.
Donald Trump was a media star until he decided to run for president. Then he became a media superstar, but not in the way he might have hoped. They started demonizing him relentlessly for years and years and years. This is from Pew Research, and as you can see, they give their assessment of whether they think news coverage of Donald Trump was positive or negative, or neutral, which is hard to imagine in this day and age, isn't it? But as you can see from this chart, only 11% in their view was a positive assessment of Donald Trump. That is staggering. That is a staggering media landscape for Trump to enter into and win. And as you can see from the 2024 election, Trump's media coverage did not get any better. In 2024, he's on exactly the same sorts of figures. 89% negative, so now we're down to only 11% either positive or neutral. Because let's be fair, at this point, there probably isn't much neutral in Donald Trump. And Kamala Harris was much on the same sort of result in the positive as Hillary Clinton was back in 2016, and Joe Biden was in 2020. She was to become their darling, plucked out of obscurity, where she dropped off the map in 2020 or 2019 on 5% of the vote. No one thought anything of her, and suddenly, boom, she's the vice president. Suddenly, boom, she's the candidate. Suddenly, boom, Donald Trump has crushed her. It was all very inauthentic, and everyone knew that it was inauthentic. Everyone knew that this wasn't real. Her entire campaign was a mirage. It was a media halo that surrounded her like a golden, glowing light without any substance. There was nothing to it, and everyone knew it. And in the meantime, what Trump had done in 2020 and until 2024 is campaign very solidly. And he built himself a superb coalition of people who were basically crusaders. People who basically knew, we have to win this, or America is over. Elon Musk, RFK, Tulsi Gabbard, loads and loads of people who I guess you could say are in Trump world, parts of the Republican establishment, and eventually even Joe Rogan. Like, this was a really broad campaign. People were like, right, the left is actually as crazy as that Sargon guy was saying. We have to stop them. They have to be defeated. This has to be the coalition that wins. And when they did, massively, bigly, as one famous president may have said. Donald Trump came in at 312 at the end. He captured the Senate, he captured the House, he already had the Supreme Court, and he also got the popular vote. There is literally nothing else for him to win. Like Alexander, he will weep at the end of the world, for there are no more worlds to conquer. Personally, I think it's entirely likely that Donald Trump will actually try and enact as much of his campaign pledges as possible, because I think he sat in the wilderness for 4 years. Remember, he was deplatformed from social media, he was basically blacklisted from everything. They engaged in unprecedented amounts of lawfare, locked up loads of his supporters, such as Steve Bannon and a couple of others whose names are escaping off the top of my head, and this is just crazy. This is open warfare by the US government, occupied by the Democrats, against not only just the former president, but essentially about half the country. Well, I suppose if the vote goes for it, more than half the country. So, I think that when Donald Trump gets back in power, he is going to use it. Trump has actually laid out loads of reforms that he wants to do to the US system. And if you'd like to hear us discussing them, you can follow the link in the description, sign up to lowseaters.com for £5 months, of course this channel is monetized, and go and watch our American election coverage. This was a fantastic nearly 2 hour debate or discussion about what happened, what we think was the cause of all this, and of course what we think Trump will do next, examining line by line exactly what Trump had put out to say, look, I'm coming for the deep state, I'm coming for the sort of integrated state, the mass bureaucracy, I'm coming for social media censorship, I'm coming for academia, I'm coming for the border, I'm coming for it all. Now, whether he delivers is a different issue, but like I said in this discussion, it seems to me that Donald Trump has crusaders around him. People who are on a mission, and who've been on the mission that they're on for quite a few years now, and finally are going to get into a position where they can actually do something about the problem. And I think to do something about the problem, they will. The one problem I think they won't have to deal with is the mainstream media, because it looks like Donald Trump himself has destroyed them. Now, they had already destroyed their credibility by the end of 2019. By the time that Donald Trump left office in the beginning of 2020, mainstream media's credibility was intact. The graphs that you can find of media trust going down amongst normal people and Republicans and going up amongst Democrats are manifest and many, and you can find them all over the internet. But we have now, from yesterday, a series of statistics that Mediaite obtained from mainstream media, viewing figures, and if I were in the mainstream media, I'd be like, guys, do we even have jobs? They say that MSNBC averaged only 596,000 viewers for the day, while CNN got 419,000. That's really bad. For 1 hour, that wouldn't be great. For a consistent primetime slot, that'd be terrible. But for the day, that is good news if it's brought up. There's a decline of 23% for MSNBC and 40% for CNN year over year. But their primetime numbers, as we're told here, are even more concerning. CNN saw a 30% decline and MSNBC 54% down. Good God. Now, there's a question that lingers over this, which is, why are people tuning out? Now, I don't have any data, I don't have any surveys or professions on it. All I can suggest is perhaps after 8 years now of solidly being lied to every day to confirm a series of biases that turned out to have no basis in reality and eventually got them completely crushed, maybe, just maybe, the libs are like, you know what, I've just had enough. I've just had enough being addicted to the doom cycle of CNN and MSNBC, telling me the walls are closing in, everything's going to get me, Donald Trump wins, and now he's bloody won. It's too much, it's too stressful for me, I'm logging off. Maybe, just maybe. Maybe a bunch of people have been persuaded, maybe they're like, you know what, you guys are full of shit. Actually, I think Donald Trump will make some good points. I think actually, I'm just not going to watch them. Who knows? And by comparison, Fox actually increased, as you can see here, a 60% increase from 2023. So maybe people are actually swinging to the right. Maybe they're actually looking at the results of the election and saying, well, these guys predicted one thing, these guys predicted another thing, and these guys on the left were totally wrong, so I'm going to drop them and just watch the guys on the right who weren't totally wrong. Who knows? Like I said, I don't have any privileged information on that. I can only make an educated guess. But this is brilliant from CNN. Trump's return to power raises serious questions about media's credibility, and Brian Stelter, one of the main people who created this kind of media environment. Well, yeah, I suppose it does, Brian. I suppose that's fair, that's true. Trump's return to power does raise those serious questions. But really, it's more about the way that you dealt with Trump, right? If you dealt with Trump and said, well, look, we don't agree with him, but here's what he said, here's what he didn't say, here are what the facts appear to be, and broadly speaking, what Trump is saying converges with him, because generally that's how it works. There's something broadly true about what Trump has said, but maybe a bit more fuzzy on the details. But you didn't do that. You went into full campaigning mode. You were opposition to him. And you were the mouthpiece of the Democratic Party. Do you remember on Hillary Clinton's plane, the media leaning in, oh, we're thrilled to see Hillary Clinton. You were their lapdogs. And you did nothing to challenge them. You did everything you could to try to defeat Trump. And it became patently obvious just how biased you were. In fact, it was so obvious. Even Snopes had to years after trying to be like, look, you've got to stop parroting the very fine people on both sides hoax, because it's a hoax. Donald Trump did not say this, but all of you reported it. All you said, look, Donald Trump is saying these are observable people, they're very fine people. He didn't say that. He didn't say that. Everyone can watch the video. Elon watched the video. Joe Rogan watched the video. Millions of people saw them watch the video. And eventually Snopes were like, yeah, we watched the video too. And I mean, yeah, sure, it took us like 7 years to finally report the SummerSlam. But I mean, better late than never, right? Better late than never. So I'm glad that eventually got to the point where you're like, okay, even Snopes can't continue lying about this. And yet, where's the media culture? friends. Anyway, link will be in the description. Go and watch the roundtable. It's really, really good. You might be surprised to see a video on this channel, but who knows what will happen in the future. Thanks for watching, folks. I'll see you next time. The Lysistrata is a play written by Aristophanes of Athens in 411 BC about how the women of Greece, tired of the Peloponnesian War that had been going on for probably about 30 years at that point, decided that they themselves would put an end to it by going on an intimacy strike with their husbands until they brought the war to an end. Now, I'm not going to tell you the details of the play because, frankly, it's not safe for work, and I'm trying to be clean on this channel, so I'll let you look up the details of it in your own time. But in the play, it works, and eventually the men capitulate, make a peace, and are allowed to return to their wives. In reality, that's not what happened. What actually happened is that Athens was defeated at sea by Sparta and eventually capitulated and had their walls torn down. But the point of the Lysistrata is to show that there could be some kind of sisterhood that could have political change, and that appears to be what we're dealing with now. Welcome to the 4B movement, which is apparently some kind of left-wing feminist movement in which women decide that they are going to abstain from having sex. Now, TikTok has been absolutely flooded with women, Western American women, who, in the wake of the victory of Donald Trump, have decided they are not going to have sex with men, they are not going to marry men, they are not going to bear children for men, etc., etc. And I find it really fascinating, because what they're threatening to do is essentially act in a conservative manner. Many of them were shaving their heads and saying, right, that's it, I'm swearing off men forever. But others were just posting things like this.
All right, 4B movement starting. You know what we're gonna do? We're not gonna dye our hair anymore. We're not gonna do makeup. We're not gonna use filters. We're not gonna go get the skin stuff. We're not gonna dress up and look nice. Why? So that they can come and act like they own us because we look like this? Absolutely not. No, y'all. The 4B movement means like we gonna be cozy, comfy in our own skin. And everyone over here is like, yeah, good strapped. Get ready. Get prepared. But you know what? It's fine. Let's go. Bring it on. You want to fight? I'm ready to fight. Like, dueling. Let's do this, okay? But at the same time, like, I'm sorry. You do not have control over my reproductive rights. You do not have control over my body. You do not have control over what I do with my body.
Right, so to prove that men don't have control of what women do with their bodies, she's going to dress modestly, act modestly, and not present herself as being promiscuous, to own men, and specifically to own conservative men. But this was the moderate view of the 4B movement. The more extreme view was women shaving their hair, filming it, and again, there were thousands of these on TikTok, in order to essentially divest themselves from having relationships with men, and therefore shaving their head makes them unattractive, which means no one approach them, which means that they will effectively become a kind of modern-day nun, where they go off to the virtual nunnery and become brides of Jesus, or brides of Andrea Dworkin in this case. I'm not sure this had the effect that they expected, to be honest, because of course lots of people were like, well look, you're not going to act in a promiscuous way because you won't be able to get an abortion, which, I mean, that's not the case. Trump isn't going to ban abortion. The abortion decisions are going to be put in the states because Roe vs. Wade is overturned because it's a bad precedent, and so you will still be able to get abortions. But anyway, beside the point, they've got it in their minds that now Trump has won, Project 2025 is going to come into view, and that's it, no abortions, and therefore they're like, okay, well, I'm not going to be promiscuous anymore, as if that was a good thing. And so people are just like, well, you didn't have to. It was always an option not to be promiscuous and get abortions, actually, and in fact it would have been preferable. You may remember Hillary Clinton advertising abortion in the 90s as being safe, legal, and rare. Well, that's what people wanted. They're like, okay, fair enough, that's the compromise. I guess it can be safe and legal as long as you keep it rare. And these women are like, why should I keep it rare? Which, I mean, sounds monstrous when you say it like that, but that's where we're at. And obviously lots of people began mocking this, being like, wow, we're on a sex strike. How terrible. Oh no, please stop. And the scary conservative Project 2025 men were like, we're not even in office, and we're already winning. We're already getting the libs to do what we want them to do. So liberal women have agreed to stop reproducing. It's working. Remarkable. Just a remarkable turn of events. How, as soon as you put the foot down and say, no, that's just it, and we're going to vote entirely no, essentially, to left-wing politics, then they start falling into line. Isn't that fascinating? And you get lots of feminists, such as Cecile Simmons here, writing for The Guardian. After Trump's election, women are swearing off sex with men. This has been a long time coming. Yeah, calm down. This isn't actually the Lysistrata report brought to life thousands of years later. When you say it's a long time coming, yeah, 2,500 years, actually. These women aren't married, most of them probably, and maybe promiscuity isn't great. Just a quick thing. But what I enjoy is the way, most of this article is just her whining about rote feminist talking points that they've been repeating since 2014. And frankly, what's really interesting about this is they make it sound like MGTOW and the men's rights movement, Andrew Tate and various other misogynists, or maybe very close to Andrew Tate, have won. As far as they're concerned, no, it's a complete victory for the forces of misogyny, and therefore now we're going to have to stop having sex with men. So, okay, well, I'm married, I don't care. It's not my problem at all. And she says, moving away from men might be a needed defense mechanism for women. I mean, this is why, through the Middle Ages, you had nunneries, you had convents, where there were women who didn't want to be engaged in relationships with men, and they would withdraw into religion. And this is the modern incarnation of that. And it happens to be part of the giant salt harvesting mission from the 2024 elections that we've been engaging in. In fact, if you'd like to engage in more of it, come over to Lucy's.com, go and watch our latest Lads Hour, which is about the total Trump victory, where everyone's getting put to the crystals because, I realise it's lowbrow. Normally we do really highbrow work over at Load Seaters, but come on, give us a break. This is A, Lads Hour is like the View for Men, so just have fun on it. And B, there was just so much salt, we couldn't not bring in the bountiful harvest. But I thought, okay, so this 4B movement, very interesting, very hilarious, very fun. But where's it from? And it turns out it's South Korean in origin. Now, I don't know much about South Korean politics, but what I do know is that it's completely racked by what are essentially Western culture war problems, and we seem to have completely exported modern feminism over that. It seems to have totally destroyed gender relations in that country, and now the feminists in this country try to bring back one of the things that they've developed. And the 4B movement is one of those things that they developed. So the 4Bs, as we are told, the B stands for the Korean word no, right? And they are no dating, no sex, no marriage, no children. Okay, go and join the nunnery. I don't care. If you are going to be that way, fair enough. And the thing that really gave this force in South Korea, as far as I'm aware, is the kind of strict patriarchal environment of Oriental countries, which, fair enough, quite different from ours. I don't know how justified or unjustified this is, but I'm not really in favour of it in any way, shape or form. I can't help but feel that maybe this has been a bit overblown. But this emerged, as I said, in the mid to late 2010s, closely related to other feminist trends in South Korea. South Korea is a very online country, and this in feminist chat rooms and message boards began flourishing, and to the point where it's literally destroying the birth rate in this country. And I mean, according to one researcher from a Catholic gender university, A potent mix of economic insecurity and systemic gender inequality created fertile ground for the movement to take root. Living an alternative life without men emerged as a radical strategy for young digital feminists to challenge the rigid patriarchy of South Korea. Well, the older I get and the more children I have, the more in favour of rigid patriarchies, to be honest. Anyway, so just diving into South Korea, like I said, I don't know anything, so I googled it, and I found a very interesting 2016 Wikipedia article about the 2016 political scandal of Park Geun-hye. I'm pronouncing this probably horrifically badly. And I skimmed through it and I was like, hey, what am I supposed to take away from this? Oh, a Rasputin-esque mystery woman in a cultist religion could take down South Korea's president. Right, okay, weird. Like I said, I haven't done a huge amount of research on this, and at some point I may well do a deep dive on it. But this looks like an insane rabbit hole to go down. But I mean, if you go to the Wikipedia article and look at the sentencing, you see, oh right, so this is basically women all conspiring to advance women, and apparently this is like 8 goddesses conspiring with the president. Anyway, she ends up going to jail. The government ends up collapsing. Fast forward a couple of years, and the Politicos and Politico magazine are realizing that young men are swinging hard right in Korea. Oh, are they really? So they had like a feminist government, an insane, radical feminist government. It took over. It started being really corrupt, and it started attacking men en masse, the entire country basically. It started attacking men, and so men just started going insanely right wing, far more right wing than men in the West are. It's like, okay, well, I'm sure that's going to really improve things. I mean, okay, just the way that they describe it. And again, I'm from the outside, so I don't know, but the way that it's described is it's a raging political gender war, right? And so, in Korea, they say arguably the most wired country is an online country. The online forums
Alright, the Argosi's back. I think we're in a good enough spot that we can resume the story. Not missing any dialogue, hopefully. Okay. That'll do. That'll do quite nicely, in fact. Now, where am I exactly? There I am. Okay. I'm surprised that you can fight Tigrex in the events before you can actually, you know, experience it in the main story, but I'm not the one who set those flags. We're going to experience it for the first time together. As GOG intended. To the Rotten Vale, shall we? And this is another case where the monster is going to kill something else on the map we can loot immediately after, if we have Rocksteady or the like. Come to think of it, they're both the roly-polies too. Uragon and Radabon. Funny how that works, isn't it? I brought earplugs. And I brought health. Let's see what it's got to deal with me. Oh no, I'm gonna piss it off. I'll put my songs down once we're a little bit closer. Close enough? Time to have some tea with Tigrex. Or maybe I'll sell a tie to Tigrex. I think I know which one I prefer, don't you? Don't burn the mantle until you get in there. And thankfully you don't have to look far. Hello, Tigger. And the wonderful thing about this Tigger, he's not the onlyest one. He gets bigger and badder and louder. No bones about that. Speaking of bones. Okay, maybe I was a couple seconds too quick on that. Speaking of bones. Engage the manual brake. This one wasn't even pre-weakened like that Uragon we found earlier. No, just, Tigrex going to town. My boy. Between Bracky and Tigrex, both boys are great choices for where to start on this map. Yeah, he sees me. What are you gonna do about it? That one frame where he's just looking straight up. That is not the kind of silhouette or profile. It was a dick move, whoever gave him that. Excuse me, I'm not unloading. Thank you. Now, where was I? Right, not dying. feel like getting a little bit closer to this wall here. Thank you. Much appreciated. No, stay here. Come on, dum-dum. Over here. Where the hell am I grappled onto? Hopefully that works. I ran out of stamina. Just as well. Not a great angle for his face, but I can make it work. Ow. Not going to be able to find any more slinger ammo quickly, so might just have to sack that wall hit. Okay, I guess I'm going to go find those slinger drops anyway. Oh no, please do not get in the middle of this. You're still underground, or are you directly on... Okay, okay. Odo, I'm staying out of your way. You stay out of mine. Capiche? Grazie. No, I'm sorry, where did you leave off? Excuse you. These bugs are in the fucking way. I hate these Hornitars. Yet they happen sometimes with Radovon too. And I think it happened with me once with a basil, or maybe it was a seeding basil. Tenderized, there we go. Where are you off to? Okay, fine. I'll chase. You're not getting away. Cat, you need health. We're gonna grab some slinger ammo quick. Is there any up there? I don't think so. I guess I'm doubling back. You get to live a little bit longer, Tigrex. And you're going to die along with that pronunciation. Hello, Odo. I don't think he's pissed at me, it's just the Gajas. Let's reset this before we start the encounter. Good reason as any to let the stamina recharge. Introduce yourself to the wall, now. Unfortunately, I don't see any rocks around here or slinger torches. Next closest gathering I think of would be east and then south of here. Another area frequented by Radamon, so I'm not gonna fuck with that. Let's just mount up. Do not sleep him right now. This is a clean mount. Excellent. You slapped him while he was trapped in there. Good one. Good job, Fuzzy. I feel like this is the quickest gathering point for slingers since we're stuck with limited options. Could have grabbed rocks, could have grabbed scatter nuts. I'm grabbing what I can quickly. Got both mantles to choose from. I don't know if it's gonna work. Oh well, he's out now. That makes it easier. Shut up. I'm not planning a mount here, I just want to build up a little bit of mount gauge for next time. Should be able to just mount him in one shot next time I need it. Oh. Probably should have paid attention to the notifications, or I thought I had one more charge left. Why? Even if I don't have 3 songs queued up, I default to my R2 and B simultaneously. This is a new problem for me, randomly picking up crap when I'm just trying to use my songs. Ow. Why did you tumble? I was clearly Superman jumping. Bastard. Was the Tigrex somehow just far enough out of the range? Well, I'm not risking that. Even if this does possibly go south because I didn't go in there with full stamina, and my Palco still has a third sleep. Nice timing, bud. Well, at least he's heading somewhere that I can get more slinger ammo. Okay. Breathing not completely easy right now, but we still have some wiggle room, right? Where are you? Give me your face. Get in the wall. Get over here. This one's the easiest shot for me. Come on. And there we go. Excellent. Oh, I need a ration. This is gonna hurt. Yep. Mm-hmm. I never use these. Not that I have a problem with them, it's just I usually miss. Like that. Ah. Good shot. You have better aim than I do. And timing. Get in the wall. I don't have enough tracking info. I'm not sure if he's skulled yet. I would be surprised. This is not the best place to set up. There's Vespoids. But you make do. So are you heading underground now? Where to, buddy? You want to get in a fight with Odo? Be my guest. Odo's going deeper. Tigrex is staying up here. Okay. That might be enough. I didn't grab... Didn't I just grab stone? What that... Well, well, that was a waste. I thought I grabbed the torch pods. Hey Gajas, if you like taking any pot shots on this guy? I'm gonna need at least 4 hits before he's ready to mount up again. That did not last as long as I needed it to. Pop the damn thing now. Why would you not climb? Why? Well, I feel like now I'm just buying time until my rock steady's back up. Did you just get him to sleep? Or no, you're tired, aren't you? Oh, you need a nap, buddy? Let me put you under. And now the Gotchas are throwing knives. Right when I'm in the crossfire. Ooh, okay. I can work with that. Let me just take a minute to catch my breath. Okay. Oh, you're ready to cap? Well, fuck that then. I'm taking you home. Get in the box. Perfection. Thanks for the free sleep, Gajas. Much appreciated. No word from Odo? Okay. At least I got the important one. Breaking his face. Yeah, that felt like it was over 20 minutes. That one I did not do well, but it's a finish. It's a clear. I'm just dissatisfied with my performance. Anytime. Naturally. Of course, he went to the same place as Bracky. Brack Daddy welcomes all comers. Can do. Where else does it look like it blends in this entire base game? You have nothing else? Not bad glance, no. I don't think any other dialogue majorly got updated. There's gonna be something in Celiana, but I can't remember how many or how few people have been updated. I'm not gonna catch you in time, am I? You got nothing else? You've been updated, but okay. You got nothing else. I gotta check all the roamers then. Soon we'll be able to have captured monsters in Astera again. I do believe once we drive Velkhana out of the Elder's Recess, then V-Pen will be cleared. Oh, the ecologists are updated. Okay. Or maybe just this one. I don't know if both. Any other roamers nearby? Oh, I walked right past you. Sorry. Not at all. Maybe that one was just because I was speaking to him right by the gate? You got nothing new. You got nothing new. I think there's very few things that have been updated between the track gathering and actually accepting the mission to do Velkhana the first time. Because we're not slaying it here. I will spoil that right now. It's not going to be a slay. We are just trying to drive it out. Gentle, how you doing? Yes, you've been updated. Thank fuck. Okay. Yeah, Tigrex was actually putting me through my paces. And I'm glad for that. Because I enjoy the fight, and I like using his armor too. Especially for multiplayer with what's to come. Let me show you. The look is one thing. I don't hate it. But that right there. The ability to take free meal from a 1-point skill to a 3-point skill. It basically turns it into a coin flip whether you use the item or not. And as somebody who spams wide range 5 every chance I get, yes. Once I have Tigrex, I can actually get my build online. Maybe I'm oversimplifying, because I do like to mix and match a bunch of shit. Speeding and attack boost. Speed eating. Who would I use for a third piece? Maybe the helm? Yeah, because everything else is earplugs. Although, it's a 1, a 1, a 4. The earplugs would be a 3. 4, 1. 4, 2, 1. Either way, I can only make 2 pieces max, so. I'm not going to start making Tigrex until we're ready to go toe-to-toe with some bigger multiplayer threats, but that is my objective. I want to make this set. And I emphasize this set. Even if I'm only using 3 pieces, Tigrex gets my respect. I love his... I love his set bonus that much. I'm not even slightly pretending I'm not biased. It's my jam. Gentle again? Or maybe gentle still. Poogie, wait. Everybody else took off their Halloween costume. You have to as well. I know you're going to try and make the journey to Celion at some point, so be prepared, okay? I hereby declare you an honorary 5er. You're just as good at mashing buttons as anybody else I've been playing with lately. Okay, come here. Actually, I can change your colors, too. Hang on. There we go. Do I want to make that lighter? You know, just go as that, yeah. There you go. No other roamers up here. Back down we go. My husband better not leave me high and dry. I'm looking for him. Oops, somebody just got here. There he is, my man. Get over here. Why doesn't matter. I'm going to go cave its skull in. You want to come with? Make it a date? There doesn't have to be a reason. Let's just go do it. It'll be fun. Sometimes I think you're feisty about the wrong things. How do I reignite your passion when we're currently dealing with the Iceborne Elder Dragon? So who am I waiting for now? Cool and... Eager? No, who's the other one? Already forgot his name. Or not name, title. We're not supposed to have names here. Don't tell me that was him and I just missed it. No, I think I already talked to you. At least I hope so. I couldn't tell if you had the hat or not. Fuck. So there's still 2 roamers I need to chat up. And I need to go to Celion as well, because there should be at least one update there. Maybe something at the 3rd Fleet Research Base. Maybe. Oh, wait. I was looking for you. Have you been here the entire time? Hot-blooded, sorry. Doomed. Doomed. Yeah. Sure. Give up now. Pooey, I'm trying to talk to the Melder. Of all the people to get updated dialogue, the Elder Melder for this. Weird staging on the dialogue tree, but they got their priorities. Who am I to judge? Oh yeah, I've been judging the entire time. Whoop. Go back to the room. I'll talk to you tonight. Maybe I gotta let him go. What do you think? Fine, you're giving me the cold shoulder too? Okay. I see how it is. I wonder how you're supposed to reach that area over there. Because obviously it's not part of the interactable game map. I'm just wondering about, like, pathways. You know, in the world. Gentle again. I'm sorry, I was looking for Cool Fiver. I know. I'm going there shortly. But it's taking longer if I can't find the last roamer. Wait, did I talk to you? Okay, that's all you got. I feel like everybody that could have updated dialogue, except for that last roamer, I've taken care of. Just need to find her. Hot blood. Don't run off yet. We gotta pick up the pace. You're right up there with Eager. You're just... I get it. Now all I have to do is talk to Meowski. Alright, did I talk to both of you? Same as before. Same as before. Talk to Meowskiller, then my handler, and then we start traveling. Nothing. Cut and run. It's an Elder Dragon. I'm gonna hunt it. It's not really my choice to make, though. Okay. I'm gonna pop a save, and then we're gonna go wandering. Not for Velkhana, though. Other bases, more dialogue. Ah. Same as before. Same as before. You know, I wonder how tempted they were to just make it a song of Ice and Fire, considering they talk about Velkhana and that song being the accompaniment. I wish they could have. Then we do have a song of Ice and Ire somewhere, I think. I think that was a quest with Ligiana and Odogaron in high rank. I don't remember that quest now. I can look it up later if it bothers me more. Nothing there. Yeah. Okay, nobody here has any update dialogue. Good to know. There should be something in Celiana. Doesn't look like the roamers have been updated. No update on you. Busybody, not out here. Nothing on you. You have to have something. No? Nah. You two, something. There we go. Thank you for being reliable as always, serious handler. You sure you don't want to let me take her? Okay, I guess you've been watching Gurren Lagann recently. In fact, you know what? Yeah, I'll grab that. Not driven out of the New World, driven off the mainland. Driven away from Astera. Bring it back here. Yeah, you can't afford to do me because I'm the only one doing quests. Nothing else out of you, thankfully. I already talked to you, didn't I? Request from... Is this going to be a booster or another mantle, maybe? It really is just that simple, isn't it? Are you just going to give me most of the mantles? Because I know you're not going to give me Temporal and Rocksteady yet. Okay, we can be optimistic, right? We can try. Okay. I guess it was just the ones up by the FTL and the tent. Yeah, we got some other stuff, but these were not really triggered by doing that specific stage of the quest. Project Ultra Resplendent Residence. I can't give you any shit for that. I'm terrible at naming stuff. What do you got? Ooh. I thought you were going to give me an idea for Portrait in the Veil, but sure. Okay. I'll go for more Tigrex. You shall be avenged. You sure you got nothing else for me right now? No? Okay, okay. Well, I guess I'm going to the recess. Did I already fix my items? Not gonna need that, that. Might need... It actually won't proceed into the areas. It's got some kind of restriction on the zone. I don't know exactly how it works, but it will not go into the lava areas, which makes sense. It's an ice dragon. Might need that for frost. Might need that in case my health takes too big a hit too quickly. I'm gonna grab frost drinks from the item box anyway. Might as well. Yep. Oh, there you are. Thank you. Much appreciated. Talk to the handler. Wait, Graham, what do you got for me? Good. Thank you. We're on a separate continent now. Interesting. I'm kind of tempted to take the Elemental L, but if I'm going to take the L, I'm going to do it while dealing some damage. Thank you, Grandmeowster. Alright. Time's up. Let's do this. Ow. You should cover your face like I did. You brought it back eventually, in a roundabout kind of way. Boredom. Greed. Boredom and greed, but for you, you're a glutton. Because you get to talk during cutscenes. Even though I can choose voices, I can't do that. Right. Whatever helps you sleep at night. And the next generation's coming in February. It's only a matter of time. 2 months, 23 days. We're not gonna fail. We'll keep moving. Don't you worry. I got an Elder Dragon to concuss. You worry about you. We got this. I don't think there's any other monsters spawn on the map here. Not even... No small monsters. I could have used my eyes to start with. I wonder if they'll say anything if I approach it from a different direction. Because it wants me to go that way. But just because the game wants me to doesn't mean I'm gonna. This was such a good fight in the beta for Iceborne as well. I think I only did it once solo. Every other time I took Velkhana down in the beta, had to be in a group. It's such a good fight. I'm gonna go from the complete opposite direction of where it wants me to. Then why didn't I just fast travel to the other camp? I don't know. Sometimes I just kind of do things. It has cutscenes that start and end exclusively in this one zone, so it's not going anywhere. I am not walking forward. I was going to set up before it walked me into the cutscene. I got too close. It doesn't care which entrance I took, though. The recess, these crystalline remnants of Xenojiva's ever-stream emissions. This is where you want to rest. This place that looks icy. But I see a dragon in need of hunting. And you're the only other one here. So, shall we? Ooh, a stiff breeze. Cute. I don't know if this is going to work. Just barely. This should hit. Perfect. Also, you're not going to be able to walk around at the end of this quest, so if you see shinies that you want, gather them straight away. Some? The fight's barely begun. What kind of optimist are you? Oh, good job, Fuzzy. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make this shot in time. Oh, this is going to miss. Yep. I should have just gone for the one shot on the standing pillar. That was way too optimistic. Get down here. Not de-aggroing. I'm not gonna get another wall slam, most likely. That would be convenient. Maybe. Maybe. Well, there goes that chance. How's the concussion? Oh, I forgot to give it to you. Here, allow me. Come on. This is probably still gonna miss, but I'm taking the shot. Ooh, fancy. Just enough. Good thing I picked up a shiny when I did. You drama queen, I know you're not down for the count. You haven't even shown off your second phase. Come on. Show me what you got. You dare copyright infringe on Zamtrios? I will never forgive you. But you do make it work. Can I not just continue fighting, please? I had to take Frostblade for you. Give me a Nullberry and send me back in. Before my horn clips through the camera. I'll get you next time, Gadget. Next time. Now we're going to be able to reach more of the map. It's only... Do I have to do the Siege event next, or is it the Shrieking Legion? I can't remember. It can't be more than 3 quests away. Can't be. My textures aren't good enough. I can't read that. I had to turn off the resolution so the memory doesn't leak again. Good thing that didn't tear. elk is back, but you've got bigger problems to worry about. You lost your only unique drop. Go get it back. Don't worry, she's a human in Monster Hunter. She basically can't die in-game. It has to be in war. Oh no, Tracker. I had so much emotional attachment to you. That's the hand horse problem, actually, so... Nobody tell her. Actually, everybody tell her. She could use a little texture. Fungiform and attack. Yes. That's the good shit. Yeah. That'll do. That'll do quite nicely, in fact. Perhaps? Ugh. Okay, sure. I got jumped in a cutscene, it doesn't count. I didn't see a cart get consumed, did you? No. I'm fine. Looks like everybody's been restocked. Guess the delivery came in from the Hoarfrost Reach, you know, the Arctic tundra, that somehow had more fresh fruits and vegetables than the tropics. Let it go, let it go, let it go. It went back to the Hoarfrost Reach. It got what it came here for and left. It absorbed more energy. It had better access to the Everstream. It tried to siphon off our fucking electric bill. What do you want me to say? We're trading weapons for food, or food for... Hey, you know what? Good trade. I'll take it. Oh, we have to go to an expedition, too. You know what? You stay cute, okay? You got it under control. I trust you. Gentle? How about you? Always have and always will. I believe in you. I'm going after it. You want in? Don't worry about it. Where's my pig? Who's leaving? Is that... looks like Eager. I just have Elder Dragon and Piscine left, and since there's not a festival on, I have all week to do these. nothing else to say. Oh, and my Tigrex is still available for the capture. Good on you. You know, I would like to see that. Go for it. Go grab a greatsword. Do it. Do it. It's my primary source of loot. You know, aside from monsters. And the Tail Raiders. And the Argosy. Okay, it's in the top 5. No. You're hiding cosmetics from me. Naughty. Still nothing to say, huh? Still nothing. You keep lifting them up, then. I'm just doing my part. Don't walk away just yet. I'm not charging off alone. I got Fuzzbucket with me. So that just leaves 3 roamers. It should be cool, easygoing, and hot-blooded. Of course, as soon as I say cool, she's wandered off. Sisterly and timid, right here. Yasuo, how you doing the restock? You got everything you need? Right on, man, right on. Oh, here you are. So that just leaves cool and easygoing. Yeah, like you need an excuse. I don't think that's a match you can make, but you want to even it out? Go for it. Try. I'll watch. I see a roamer. It's not one of the two I'm looking for, though. Already talked to you. Nah, it's never that easy. And it's never that boring, either. Do I have enough parts to preview Velcana? No. Very ambitious. It would have been convenient, but no, it's not going to show you Velcana gear until you get your first sleigh. Oh well. Cool, hey, I was looking for you. Taller than you. Are they taller than me? Okay, maybe taller than the Admiral. How about that? So that just leaves easygoing. Did I talk to the shopkeep? I didn't talk to the shopkeep, did I? Right now, nothing. Just checking in on ya. 3 times in a row, you're good. Now, where is that last one? Hardly working. Oh, it's gonna get worse. Don't worry. Dawn breaks. And now there's still the one NPC I gotta find. Where is she? Oh, you've been up here? How long? Good on you. Okay, that's enough of that. Let's go to the 3rd Fleet base. You know, this is usually where the tracker shows up. Don't worry about it. Maybe we'll talk to her and she'll have some info, right? Nothing new out of you, then. The Tail Raider people got updated, but not you. And you got not. I'm not surprised by you having nothing. You barely get updated dialogue. Okay, well that's everybody here. I guess we're going to Celiana now. No tracker here either. Don't worry, Hammer. I'm sure she's fine. Yeah, you got updated dialogue as the roamers. Excellent. Yeah, you heard me right, Fussy Britches. Oh, hang on. Guarding our slot machine. Good on you. Sure, sure. I know, that's the best part. It's gonna be an even better fight next time. Meowdy. Good thing we're getting these defenses all lined up before, well, you'll see. I saw him disappear, like a ghost. That busybody has no body. I should have known. I gotta see more about his cryomancy. Velkhana is gonna be fun as always. Well, I don't know. Would you like to let a giant icy dragon... Why did I almost say flaming? I'm the one who's flaming. I'll take care of it. Don't you worry about it. We don't want it in our house, okay? It's a wild animal. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Well, it'll still be water. Come on, it's not like it's going to freeze solid. It's a hot spring. And a cold dragon. Just chill. I'll take care of it. Right. You've got it all under control, don't you? Probably not. Well, I can't bring you one. It's an Elder Dragon. I can't capture it. But I'll give you some notes. No other roamers jumping out at me. Let me know if Busybody materializes again. I already talked to you? I already talked to you. Don't worry about it. And I just talked to you. Look at the kind of fire options we have. Velkhana or not, we're not gonna freeze. You don't want a piece of the action? Right on, right on. Maybe I should spend some time grinding to get more options before fighting Legiana. Shrieking Legiana. Or maybe I just worry about Velkhana. We already spoke? Yeah. Right place, right time, wrong amount of work. Seeker's gone. Yeah, and she's not the only one. Or he. I assume she because her name ends in Anna. With you? You gonna race me for it? You know, I had someone feisty back on the other side of the pond, but, I don't know, you handle your cold better. You don't wear those dumb Baroth boots either. Let's talk. Another time. Yeah. Somebody's getting serious. That's all you gotta say? Okay, okay. Don't tell the handler that. She's got enough to fret over, and I don't want to hear it. Imagine it. Give me details, please. What's up, FTL? I took one hit off of Frostblight. It wasn't like it was Alatrion's ultimate from, well, basically any other Monster Hunter than World. I'll keep my eyes peeled for her, okay? Is that enough to stop you all bellyaching about her? Don't imagine the worst. Imagine she's just doing her own thing, okay? You know, I'm about to do an expedition. Just don't worry about it. How do you make those moss green flares anyway? Especially now that we had to change land masses. You got nothing else to say? Okay, that just leaves the Steamworks I gotta talk to, and then Grandmaster and Handler. Am I forgetting anybody? You see, this is somebody who understands the scope of the situation. Just defer to the Grandmaster, as always. We're square. Don't worry about it. That's already back to where it should be. I haven't spoken to my Mousekeeper in a while, you know, actually inside the house. If he has different dialogue in the house versus in the window, I don't even want to think of how many instances. How are you doing? No, it's nothing different. I was worried for nothing. Okay. Architectural artists have 120 different types of room decor to choose from. Okay. I don't like stucco. Ooh, that's nice. use right now. Marble gray. Let's try the chic wooden. Doubly chic. Okay. Curtains. Yeah, let's unlock that. Sure. That'll do. Yeah. I would have liked it if I could match the colors. Tigrex, Sclavinus, Brachydaddy, and Nargacuga. Excellent. There we go. Now I can display more of my stuff. Dark wood, please. I like this one. So I'm going to have to change that on... Wait, am I still on familiar or luxury? There we go. Okay. I'll have to check the first four as well, make sure I've got those patterns matching elsewhere. Oh, it's me. I gotta have a crafting set. Let me go back to the first four before I forget. I just went right past that. I'm using luxury in a lot of other places. Dark wood with that pattern, yeah. Dark wood, there we go. I didn't think I customized the rack downstairs, did I? I might have forgotten already. That didn't take long. The Veil plant looks like it belongs here, and frankly, I like growing my own peppers. I would if I could, but I kill everything I try to grow. So, that'll have to do for now. Those are cooking up nicely. Yeah, I think that'll do us for the night. 2 streams in one day, probably totaled like 6-7 hours. And we've done all the jabbering we need to do, so next time we play Monster Hunter, we can go straight to the expedition in the Hoarfrost Reach. But tomorrow, which is actually today because fuck time zones, next stream, we are going to be doing a React Andy to Path of Exile 2, because on 12/6/2024, this is when the early access is supposed to start. And call me a cynic, I do not believe for a second that the servers are going to be able to handle all the people that want to play. I don't. Call me crazy. Call me a bastard. But you're not going to call me wrong. Just give it a couple hours. We'll see. So, since I'm not going to be able to actually play the game, I'm not shelling out for the early access yet either. We're going to react to some of the pre-release materials. And I'm going to come at it as somebody who was an old-school Diablo 2 player. Somebody who didn't even fuck around with seasons until Diablo 4. This shows you how much I feel about the commitment to making your ARPGs online. Or if it doesn't say enough, I'll say more tomorrow. So, tune in if you want to hear an old man yell at clouds. Or basically cloud gaming in this case. Oof. We're in for some rough weather, almost as rough as my tongue.